Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 9 o'clock. Call the Commissioners' Court to order. This is Tuesday, June the 17th, and the quorum is present. All legal notices have been posted. This commission is now duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair is in the affirmative. The invocation today is a guest of Commissioner THERESA Daniel. It's Karen Belknap. Are you here? Okay, let me, Marshall, will you please?
Yes, sir. All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the June 2025 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Pastor Karen Belknap graduated from Pecos High School in Pecos, Texas. She received her Bachelor of Arts from the University of Kansas and her Master of Arts in Leadership from Amberton University. She completed her superintendent certification from the University of Texas in the Permian Basin and has held Texas SBEC certification as a principal. Pastor Belknap is an ordained minister. She, along with her late husband, Donald Belknap, founded the A+ Charter Schools. They're in Southeast Dallas area, which now has 6 schools. They also founded Belknap Ministry and Inspired Vision Church. She is the founder of the Inspired Vision Compassion Center, an organization that's fighting poverty in Southeast Dallas, which provides food and household supplies, medical care, and job training, amongst other services. She serves about 2,000 families every day, Monday through Friday. The Lifesavers Foundation has a free children's clinic at the center. The South Dallas Employment Project provides job training center to help people receive job training and find employment at the center. The center is a Parkland hub, and she works with the SPCA, Duck Team 6, Operation Kindness, and the Spay and Neuter Network to provide care for the pets in the area. She is a member of the board of the Greater Dallas Coalition. She works with numerous organizations to improve the lives of people who live in the Dallas area. Pastor Belknap, thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Well, I'm very honored to be here today, and I thank Commissioner Daniels for the invitation. I bring greetings from the Inspired Vision Compassion Center. We serve 2,000 families a day from all over Dallas County, so it's not just Southeast Dallas. We have no zip code restrictions. We give groceries. We realize that giving groceries will not break the poverty in Dallas County. So our goal is to change the mental, emotional, and educational brokenness in our community and stop the cycle of poverty in the county of Dallas and the surrounding areas. We strive to be a transformation organization that reshapes our community into one that rises above the inequities that have trapped families in poverty for generations. And I'd like to invite all of you to come and visit us someday. It's a pretty awesome sight just to watch the people to come. And now I'll pray. Heavenly Father, we pray for peace for our country. We pray for peace for the nation and the world. Help us to find new ways to fix the brokenness in our communities. We pray for wisdom for our commissioners as they make decisions. I thank you, God, for the world changers that sit on this board. We pray for peace and help us to find new ways to break the poverty and the homelessness in Dallas County. We ask your blessings on this board today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Pastor. You may be seated. Thank you to this session of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. We'll only be dealing with those matters that have been previously briefed to this court and that are allowed by law to be on the agenda today. Any other issues we will deal with in future courts. We will begin with our resolutions, and I happen to have the first one, recognizing National Homeownership, Texas. So will that delegation please come forward? I don't see Mark. Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, Reverend. Come on forward. Dr. Wong. The resolution reads that whereas home ownership is more than placing a roof over one's head, it's a cornerstone of the American dream. Owning a home is a critical pathway to building generational wealth, strengthening families, and creating vibrant, stable communities. And whereas historically home ownership in the United States was out of the reach of many until the creation of the modern mortgage system following the 1860s. During the Great Depression, widespread economic hardship led to high foreclosure rates, stagnant housing markets, and in response, the federal government established the Home Owners Loan Corporation, the Federal Housing Administration, and Fannie Mae to stabilize the market and expand access to home ownership. And whereas despite these interventions, systemic barriers and inequities have continued to limit the access to home ownership for many Americans, particularly communities of color and lower income families. And whereas National Homeownership Week was established in 1995 under President William J. Clinton, it's part of the national strategy to increase home ownership rates. And in 2002, President George W. Bush expanded the observance to the full month of June, emphasizing the vital role of home ownership plays in economic mobility and community development. And whereas a broad network of partners, including lenders, realtors, housing and financial counselors, and nonprofit organizations, provide essential support services that help individuals and families, especially first-time buyers, overcome challenges and successfully navigate the path to home ownership. And whereas Dallas County Health and Human Services, the Home Loan Counseling Center, plays a crucial role in expanding access to home ownership. The center offers HUD-certified one-on-one counseling, pre- and post-purchase education, down payment assistance, and a Section 8 home ownership program, all designed to prepare and empower first-time home buyers to make informed, confident decisions. And whereas Dallas County strongly encourages all prospective home buyers to utilize available resources, including Dallas County Health and Human Services Home Loan Counseling Center, to gain the knowledge and support necessary to achieve and sustain successful home ownership. And whereas Dallas County Health and Human Services, in partnership with the Office of Commissioner John Wiley Price, will host Your Key to Home Ownership, a community home buyer fair on Saturday, June 21st from 9 a.m. until 1:30 at the Carver Heights Baptist Church. This free event was to connect prospective home buyers with housing experts, counselors, lenders, and community resources to support their journey toward home ownership. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Dallas County, Texas, that Dallas County Commissioners does hereby recognize June the 2025 as National Homeowner Month in Dallas County, and commends the effort of the Dallas County Home Loan Counseling Center and its affirmative, furthering fair housing programs. These initiatives provide official guidance and support to individuals and families, helping to make the dream of homeownership a reality for all Dallas County residents, and I so move.
Second.
Got 2 seconds, and I'll take those. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. And Dr. Wong, I'll begin with you.
Sure. Well, thank you, Commissioner Price and Commissioners, for the resolution, for the support. As we heard in the introduction to the invocation, just the importance of breaking the cycle of poverty is so important, and for us to improve the health of our community, that's one of the highest priorities. And generational wealth that's created from home and ownership is really just a great way to do this, and we appreciate the support. Want to recognize the great work that Mark and Porfirio and their team have been doing to really increase the number of homeowners than before they started some of those program activities, and they've done an amazing job increasing those numbers. And let me turn it over to Mark now.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Thank you, Commissioner Price, Commissioners. It is an honor to be here this morning celebrating Homeownership Month. Mr. Porfirio Coronado, our department supervisor, could not join us today. He's actually at Telemundo promoting this Saturday's Homeownership Fair, which will, as Commissioner Price mentioned, will be at Carver Heights Baptist Church. I do have with me 3 of his team members that help make all the great work that we do possible. Gabriela Cruz, Francisco Bustos, Lakeisha Moore, all integral parts of the work that we do. And the mission for the Homeownership Counseling Center is really to, as Commissioner stated, to really go into underserved communities and create purchasing power for those that may lack access. And so we work closely with low-income to moderate-income families, providing financial literacy education, credit repair, home loan counseling, and connecting them to the resources that can put them in a home. And one of the most exciting programs, as Commissioner had indicated, is being able to move our Section 8 clients into home ownership, which is very empowering. And so for those clients that are part of our Section 8 program, we are able to, through that program, take their Section 8 resource and apply it directly to their home ownership mortgage. And that is a great program that we have throughout the county. Just share with you just quickly, as Dr. Wong had mentioned, they've done some great work in the past year and a half. For this fiscal year, 44 mortgages ready clients are currently in place. We have 40 pre-qualified clients. We have 17 under contract, and 12 have closed this fiscal year. And as I mentioned, we have 3 clients that have moved from Section 8 to becoming a homeowner. Good. And so we're continuing to build upon this program and raising awareness in the community, and we're excited about this coming homeownership fair at Carver Heights.
Well, thank you, Minister Edwards. Let me just say, and it's kind of going to be like the Juneteenth deal I did this past weekend to the Best Southwest. All of my cities were there. Probably had.
They all together, right? They did it all together.
Yeah, but that means I got a chance to deal with them all together, all 3,000 people that were there. And my mayors came up to me after. They said, "Do we ever have one time that you're not going to get up and not challenge us?" And it's the same here. I'm looking at Court Order 19 this morning. I see that. I see no real relevance with regards to it. I know they're one of your partners. But what I'm telling Treasury, and I know Ms. Medrano is on conference, Ms. Maddox, I sent you the deal. when we did our depository contract, I challenged Wells Fargo. They had a follow-up meeting. Mr. Martin, we were all there. We've heard nothing since then, not a thing. And I've asked them about this program. I happen to serve on the Dallas Housing Acquisition Corporation, and that's primarily the city of Dallas. And Chase is all over the board. $40,000 down payments. They've closed probably 7 times as many houses. I get it. We working on different script, but we still have not. And I want to follow up to Wells Fargo. You know, I bought that up doing the bank depository contract, of which they take $1 billion of our money, and their program is abysmal. And we have not heard back from them. But the problem around here is we bring things up for the moment, and then we forget. I don't have that issue.
That reminds me, last week, the president locally, whatever you call it, the president of this region for Bank of America reached out to me. Well, actually, I saw her at a function for our downtown safety stuff, and they have a program that they want to see about integrating for first-time homebuyers with you.
Court Order 19 is on, and as I read that court order, and that's fine, you know, they had our bank depository contract all those years and didn't do a damn thing. So all of a sudden now, you know, they don't have it.
It's a national program, though, so we may be the beneficiary of it here locally.
Yeah, that's all well and good, Judge. All I'm saying is, Ms. Medrano, we had them in the room. We sat down and talked to them. Wells Fargo has our contract now. They've got $1 billion of our money annually. And we took them and spent time and challenged them, and we have not heard from them since we gave them the contract, and we had the follow-up meeting, I guess, a couple of weeks later.
And Commissioner, let me add to that thought. In addition to what you were just saying, Wells Fargo also made promises to put nonprofit dollars into the community, and specifically Dallas County. And I have tapped them more than once on very good causes, and the answer is go pound sand.
Precisely. But I said that when I did not support them in the contract, and they followed up, and they brought all those people in there. I guess I was supposed to be impressed because they brought people in there that look like me, but they still have not performed. And that's what it is. And so I want to challenge still. But I appreciate what you
Yeah,
guys
what
do.
they do. I mean, the counseling center has done a great job. And congratulations, Dr. Huang, Mr. Edwards, and the whole team. Because just 3 years ago, we have very little. And today, I mean, we have more than 40 people. I've said publicly that when I did, when was it, 2 years ago, the first one in West Dallas, we have over 500 people. And these people were there to learn. They were there, how can I buy a home with the dream of home ownership? And thanks to your leadership, thanks to all the members that we have, and I agree with Commissioner Price, not all of them are stellar. But with that being said, people got out of there knowing what to do, because it's not easy to get sometimes into one of these homes. There's 12 or 13 steps that you have to follow. But they all left, I think, personally, the people that I spoke with, you know, ready to work into getting ready to buy a home. And right now, Dallas County, as you know, we have a goal of 2,000 affordable homes that are going to be for sale in Dallas County. So this is the first step, guys. If you're listening, go to this public meeting. It's going to be free. You can get all the information. You can get different institutions that can lead you to your goal on how to be ready to buy a home. So thank you so much for all the work you do. Thank you, Commissioner Price, for bringing this. And adelante. Muchísimas gracias.
I just wanted to add to that, because having a place to go home to is a foundation piece of a strong family. And so what you are doing adds to the abilities of people to have that security, have that stability, and thus be able to move their families forward. And I second everything that has been said up here today, because it's a process, and it's a multi-stepped process, as has been noted. But it's something that is so critical, so important to the stability of our neighborhoods and of our people. So thank you so much for all that you do, both within Dallas County administration and all of our partners, that we need to get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just real quick, I'm sorry. Just to Judge Jenkins' earlier comment about that program with Bank of America, we are part of that national program,
Okay.
and so we're excited about that partnership. We want to continue to have a larger footprint throughout underserved communities and give people the power to purchase homes and become home buyers because of what you said, Dr. Daniels, on how important that is for families. Commissioner Price, thank you so very much for your partnership and support. Your team has been fantastic in us planning this event. We currently have about 200 community constituents already registered for Saturday's event. We're doing an outreach today. We're doing an outreach tomorrow. And so we're looking forward to another impactful event.
Thank you and your staff and myself.
Here?
And I'm not an angry black man, I'm just angry.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. There comes Mr. Romaine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Wong, being the leader there.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. It's almost good to see you.
See you Saturday.
Really?
See you Saturday.
How are you doing? Thank you. Thank you very much.
And we also have the senior meal program later on in the agenda, Mr. Edwards, so two in
Yeah.
a row.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
There we go. Judge, you next.
All right. Pull that up. All right.
Refugee Day.
First is World Refugee Day. Is there someone here to receive the resolution?
They are here.
All
and
right,
in
well,
a big
please come forward.
contingency.
Great to see y'all today. And whereas on December 4th, 2000, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted a resolution naming June 20th every year as World Refugee Day, commemorating the strength, courage, and resilience of millions of refugees worldwide. And whereas more than 103 million displaced people have been forced from their homes worldwide, more than any time in recorded history, including over 32.5 million refugees. And whereas refugees are people who have fled their country because of a well-founded fear of persecution, because of their race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. And whereas resettlement provides safe haven in a third country when refugees cannot return home and cannot rebuild their lives in the country where they first fled due to the lack of access to safety, shelter, healthcare, education, or protection. And whereas resettlement to the U.S. is available only for the most vulnerable refugees who demonstrate the greatest and most immediate need for protection, and takes place after eligible refugees undergo a rigorous selection, security vetting, and medical screening process. And whereas asylum seekers who meet strict requirements and successfully plead their case in court are granted asylum under U.S. laws and receive the same protections as refugees. And whereas refugee resettlement in Dallas has enjoyed widespread support for nearly 50 years, welcoming those displaced by conflict or persecution with respect and dignity. And whereas Dallas County is home to a diverse population of refugees and immigrants, adding to the economic strength and cultural richness of our communities. And whereas Dallas County is a welcoming county that honors and celebrates the unique cultures, stories, and experiences of refugees around the world in commemoration of World Refugee Day, especially those who are beginning a new chapter of their life in North Texas. And whereas on June 18, 2019, the Dallas County Commissioners Court unanimously approved Order 2019-0612, a resolution declaring every June 20th to be World Refugee Day in Dallas County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court and the 2.7 million residents in Dallas County recognize June 20th, 2025 as World Refugee Day, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Y'all.
We have two speakers that I'm pleased to introduce. But first, good morning, Judge Jenkins,
Good morning.
Commissioner, staff, and attendees. My name is Linda Abramson Evans. It's my pleasure to introduce both our chairperson of the World Refugee Day Dallas Planning Committee, Mrs. Gazwan Abdullah, and Eric Kamanzi, who is a refugee originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo and author of his book, Breaking Boundaries, A Resilient Refugee's Journey from the Refugee Camps to Success as an Engineer.
Thank you, Linda. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning to the beautiful audience at the courtroom here today. It is such a great honor to me here, first to be here, and second to introduce the World Refugee Day Planning Committee members who've been working on making this happen since past October. And I would also love to invite everyone here, Your Honor, Commissioner, to join us this Saturday at the Islamic Association of North Texas, where we will be holding the actual World Refugee Day 2025 celebration. And within this very hard and tough time, we're going to make it happen. It's a very challenging time. With this struggle, this will happen. With your support, with everyone's support, and then Dallas is a great place to be in. I'm a former refugee myself, came in 2025 with the little support of Resettlement Agency. Today, I'm a program manager at Mosaic Family Services. A little integration services, it makes a huge difference in refugee lives. And I deeply appreciate the support. I'm really proud to be living in Dallas, and I'm a proud citizen of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. My name is Eric Kamanzi, and I would like to thank all the congregation which is present here and the Office of Commission for today. My message for today is Stand with Refugee. Stand with Refugee. I was born in a cross-border baby between Congo and Rwanda, a place without name on most map, yet etched deeply into my soul. It was there I first heard my father sewing machine, its steady sound stitching dignity into our day. He works with his hand and his heart, crafting living for our family, one layer at a time. But a war. Sorry.
That's okay.
Good. Thank you. I was born close border, a baby between Congo and Rwanda, a place without a name, on a most map, yet etched deeply into our soul. It was there I first heard my father sewing machine. It's his steady sound stitching dignity into our day. He works with his hand and his heart, crafting a living for our family, one layer at a night. But a war has no regard for hands that built. When I was 9, a violence erupted in our village, fueled by hatred and genocide ideology. My family fled, our lives reduced to the footsteps in the dust. The chaos, I was separated from my father for nearly a year. I wandered with only hope in my pocket. Then, against all the odds, we were united. In refugee camp, I felt like the storm had passed. but darkness found us again. One night, it was on December 10, 1997, at 11 p.m., gunfire tore the camp. My mother was wounded. My father shot and killed before my eye. I was 10. That night, I bear something deep than innocence. For 25 years, I lived in a refugee camp in plastic sheeting, no electricity, no water, no appropriate sanitation, hunger as my companion. But through this challenge, I learned. I learned what it means to mend more than fabric. I discovered how broken people are still built. I studied by candlelight, taught myself physics, clung to the dream the world told me to abandon. And today, I stand before you as a prominent civil engineer working in aviation project, a philanthropist and founder of Engineers for Humanity Initiative, a refugee-funded social enterprise and non-profit organization helping people like my young self to step up out for the darkness. I become a proud father of 4 beautiful children who are here today. A husband to my brilliant wife, Judicial, who I met in a refugee camp where we learned to hope again and start planting seed of hope to hopeless people. I'm the author of the best-selling book with the title Breaking Boundaries, a title that speaks to every wall I had to climb just to be seen. Back in my darkness, I had a vision. I received a calling that I had to go to America. I had a faith. It will be a home away from my home. A place of peace, a place of freedom, a place of opportunities. And it was. But more importantly, it was a place where my life purpose took place. A purpose of living a happy and impactful life. A purpose behind Engineers for Humanity Initiative. I share my story today for 3 reasons. First one, to every immigrant already in this country, you are the bridge between those suffering in the silence today and the world that can help them. You carry understanding, compassion, and the fire to act. Use your voice, use your platform, remember your journey, and reach back to the community. Secondly, to the global leaders, policymakers, decision makers, our mission should go beyond simply resettling refugees and displaced people. We must work together to promote sustainable global peace. We must empower peoples and community to cultivate a peaceful, stable, and shared economics, thereby enabling them to lead sustainable lives in their home countries. This vision represents a future that's not variable, but essential, ensuring that person can remain in their homeland without needing to seek refuge or economic opportunities elsewhere. Finally, thirdly, the current situation we are facing, I'd like to emphasize that refugees and immigrants are a valuable asset to the United States. Historically, immigrants have made a significant contribution to the country development, enriching its culture with diversities and bonding American values and equality that many nations struggle to embrace. Many refugees and immigrants have received Nobel Prize in various fields and have funded successful global enterprise that creates thousands of jobs, including for many Texans. Additionally, numerous refugees are recognized as accomplished artists and athletes. I have one live at those having one, lives as stateless people, freed persecution, and they have embraced the opportunity given by America to thrive and establish new home away from home. Their contributions are extensive and impactful to the country. I stand in front of you to assure you that their expectation or the expectation to continue playing essential role in nation development and serve as a source of pride for America. I'm not here because I'm exceptional. I'm here because I was believed in, because someone chose to see possibility rather than beauty. Every sustenance, every system built now, every plane I hope to take to the sky in tribute to the boys who refused to be grounded by circumstance. And somewhere today, another children is wait, not just for safety or beauty, but for opportunities. Let's give them the opportunity. Finally, as refugee-funded organization, Engineers for Humanity, in the name of refugees, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for the effort of personal organization dedicated to assisting refugees, particularly those involved in coordinating this World Refugee Day. We extend our gratitude for American people, especially for the residents of Texas and the city of Dallas and Dallas County for the welcoming culture spirit. In this spirit of appreciation, we would like to present a symbol of gratitude to the city of Dallas and Dallas County in general, and one of the ladies, or Madam Rinda, who recognized the government for recognizing the government official, the organization, and task force that's empowering refugees and foster hope and self-reliance. Today we are proposing or relaunching this initiative for cultivating culture of appreciation with our community. We are committed to recognizing the valuable contribution of private sector, academic institution, government official, and civil society organizations that are helping refugees achieving their full potential. To advance this shared goal, Engineers for Humanity is seeking support from the government, partner organizations to promote this inclusion and self-reliance for refugees and immigrants. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Judge, I would tell him to let me have that so I can email it to Washington, but I don't want to put any more scope on anybody else's back than we already have. Great job, brother. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Would y'all like to come up for a picture?
Let me request GARCIA to give this appreciation award, appreciation symbol for City for Dallas and the county. This is the name for refugees.
Judge?
Yeah, come on up.
Planning committee for the thank you very much for your support, and we deeply appreciate everything you've done for us. Support
Thank you.
we support immigrants and so everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
You bless our community.
This is the book, The Breaking Boundaries, which had all the story behind what we do and who we are.
Thank you very, very much.
That is your book.
Okay, let's turn around and take the picture. There we go, perfect. Okay. One more? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Evans, Ms. Evans. I just wanted to say who.
Employees of the month, June.
that. And while they leave, and we're just so thankful for all of you, and you make our community that much stronger and better and richer. I want to invite up our employees of the month. For the month of June, if any employees of the month are here, please come forward so we can honor you. And that resolution reads as follows. Whereas since 2012, Dallas County has recognized outstanding employees through our Employee Recognition Program. Each month, select employees are formally recognized by the Commissioners Court at a designated session where their names are written in the record of Dallas County. And whereas this annual program allows elected officials and department directors to publicly salute employees who rise to the challenge of public service and represent the first-class public sector organization we strive to be. And whereas the employees recognized today have been chosen for their have been chosen for their hard work and dedication to meeting the demands of their individual positions and the overall strategic plan set each year by the Commissioners Court. And whereas, for those who interact with Dallas County, our employees represent who we are as a public entity. The efforts by the employees listed below ensure that the public sees Dallas County at its best. These recognized employees perform above expectation and ensure that Dallas County continues to be a regional leader and the destination of choice for residents and businesses. The Dallas County Employee Recognition Program sets each of you apart as model employees worthy of this honor. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby salute these employees. Tanya Williams, Criminal Justice. Kathy Landon, County Clerk. All right, well, let's hear it for Kathy. All right. Michael Pollard, Facilities. Melissa Vega Bailey, Juvenile. Larry Gibbons, Juvenile. Brittany Marshall, Pretrial. Zeteria Pirtle, Public Works. Oh yeah, Public Works showed up. DSO Kendall Wheeler, Sheriff. Stephanie Jackson, Sheriff. And Wesley Sharp, Tax Office. Okay. For being selected as Employees of the Month for June 2025, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
I just wanted to say one thing. We cannot do this without you. And you cannot do it without us too, so we gotta work together. Congratulations.
Don't get angry now. Therapy done.
I just never would have guessed.
Welcome, welcome.
I like your crown.
Oh, thank you.
All butterflies.
All right.
Hi there, how you doing? Good to see you.
All right.
Congratulations to all the department.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Hey, God
And
bless you.
congratulations.
Great job. Great job. Yeah. Great job. All right, guys, I got one more. And my last resolution is for pretrial probation and parole supervision officers week. If we have any in the audience, please come forward. I see some of y'all in the audience. Please come forward. And that resolution reads as follows. Whereas on July 16, 2025, the Dallas County Coalition of Community Justice Agencies will celebrate pretrial probation and parole community supervision officers in Dallas County at the 25th Annual Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Training and Recognition Luncheon. And whereas community-based supervision is the oldest and most widely used vehicle through which a wide range of court-ordered obligations are rendered to juvenile and adult offenders. And whereas in Dallas County, there are 450 officers employed by the Dallas County Community Supervision and Correction Department, 250 juvenile probation officers, 11 Texas Juvenile Justice Department parole officers, and over 350 Texas Department of Criminal Justice parole officers. Over 70 Dallas County adult probation and pretrial service officers, and 125 United States probation and pretrial officers. More than 3,500 juveniles and 100,000 adult offenders are served by probation and parole each year in Dallas County. And community corrections professionals are responsible for supervising adult and juvenile offenders in the community. And whereas pretrial probation and parole officers are dedicated individuals who share a strong common concern for people and the community. They deliver accountable, humane, effective, and individualized services for offenders. And whereas these are dedicated professionals who work diligently to ensure public safety, provide victim services, and hold offenders accountable, thereby providing support, protection, and reparation for victims and the community. And whereas these community justice agencies are an essential part of the justice system, and these professionals work in partnership with community agencies in promoting prevention, intervention, and advocacy. And whereas all citizens owe a great debt of gratitude to the hundreds of community justice professionals who go beyond the call of duty to make a difference and who are committed to providing excellent service for Dallas County. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim July 20th through the 26th, 2025 as Pretrial Probation and Parole Supervision Officers Week, and congratulates, honors, and extends sincere appreciation to community justice officers in official recognition of their contributions, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously.
I'm Roger Taylor, the coalition president, and we have our treasurer here and some of the other attendees. We just want to say thank you for acknowledging and supporting every year our coalition luncheon. Without your support, as well as the support of all the directors that represent the 7 agencies that put on this luncheon and recognition training, would not be possible without their support. This year's theme is relentless service, and certainly our community professionals provide services and professional service every single day for all those that are on juvenile and adult supervision in Dallas County. And so we'd like to not only recognize them, but all of the support and auxiliary staff that support and undergird those officers that do their job every single day relentlessly. So thank you so much for this acknowledgement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For all the great work you do.
To the treasurer, where are we? Let's talk about it. I mean, you know, we sit and we do all these resolutions and these feel goods. Where are we with regards to funding this year? Because there have been some challenges.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for that. Currently, we are at about a balance.
Introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, LaShonda Jefferson, Dallas County Coalition Treasurer. And I do want to thank this court for your support. I did reach out to a couple of you on the panel with regard to where we are financially this year. We have had support downscaled with everything that's going on. And so when we started this year, we started at about $11,000 balance. Our expenditures for the venue alone has increased from $3,500 over the years to now $6,900. So we were at a shortfall of about $4,900 for the venue. Of course, food costs have increased. And so I do want to thank you, Commissioner Price, for your support. We continue to fundraise and thank the people that support us with purchasing sponsorships. We've had a few sponsorships, not as many as we'd like, but it looks like we're going to meet our goal with your support. So thank you.
So the challenge is if we did not contribute, don't sign the resolution, right? Say it. Yeah, okay, whatever. Anyway, they need funding, and they've been kind of shy about asking. This is I don't think we really understand. I know one of my colleagues has this decriminalizing mental illness on the whole Miami model. Let me just tell you, and I'm gonna wait for his presentation. But at the end of the day, if everybody just step up and do what the hell they say they're going to do, we wouldn't have the issue. But if it wasn't for this group here, we could not make it. We would be exporting housing in the adult system. We'd be way over in our juvenile system, you know, and the federal system basically takes and contracts with us. And so these are the people who try to manage people in the community and keep the community safe.
Right. And these are the people that can make an impact in somebody's life that's at a tipping point and get them on a road to productive, happy life. So really can't thank you enough for the work that you do.
Okay, so that means that we're writing a check.
I'll write you guys a check.
Got a check.
I just wanted to say thank you very much
Okay,
for all
gotcha.
you do, because we do know
Do you wanna
how
read
it
this
adds
first?
to what Dallas County
You
is
get it back
able
to
to
me
do
like before.
for the things that the Dallas County
couple of
residents
weeks.
expect. But I too want to say that please send me a note, because I'm not sure that I was aware. So let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much for everything you do, Ms. Jefferson, and the whole group. I mean, the reality is that you all, make a difference in people's life. Not, you make it. Thank you. Okay?
Hey, man. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson, as always.
Hey, guys. Thanks for all you do. All you do.
Like church, you ask for money, shit.
Twice. Got to ask for it
That's
twice.
That's right.
Now we got a special love offering at the end.
Yeah, that's right. Build and fund.
Don't give all that money away the first time,
Parking
man.
lot.
Let's go.
If you brought cash, don't give it away the first offering. Give half of it away.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, the next resolution is mine. And I'm going to ask the Duarte family that is here today to come forward. Mr. Alfredo Duarte, Irma Duarte, Alfredo Duarte Jr., and Jesse Mendoza, and the delegation to come forward. As we celebrate, the June is the National Immigrant Heritage Month. We talk about refugees. We talk about everything that immigrants bring to this country. And as an immigrant myself, I know, I have to say some of the challenges and, you know, the outstanding contributions that immigrants make, not only to this state and this city, but to this country. And I met Mr. Duarte a long time ago. We actually both came around the same time to Dallas and call it home. And I have to say, I see him and his family and his business flourish. And this resolution is special for me because, as you see, you know, from the past to today, you can see what, you know, a great man with a great family can make in this country. And I think, you know, it was said already that it's a place where we come because we want better future and better opportunities for the next generation. So, with that being said, the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Dallas County takes a special notice when individuals exemplify the values of hard work, resilience, and community uplift. In honor of Immigrant Heritage Month, we proudly recognize Mr. Alfredo Duarte, an immigrant from La Rosilla, Durango, Mexico. He embodies these values through his journey from a humble beginning to a leading entrepreneur and philanthropist in the North Texas region. Whereas Mr. Duarte immigrated to the United States at the age of 16, working in California fields upon his arrival, and in 1983 he relocated to Dallas, taking on multiple labor-intensive jobs as a machinist and working up to 17 hours a day to build a better future. And whereas in 1985, recognizing a growing demand for Mexican produce, Mr. Duarte and his brother-in-law, Jesse Mendoza, began selling tomatoes and chiles from an old truck. From this modest beginning, Taxco Produce Inc. was born. Now a 60 million enterprise, the company celebrates its 40th anniversary this year, proudly serves more than 1,000 restaurants and food outlets across Texas and neighboring states. And whereas Mr. Duarte has shown a deep commitment to community service and education. He serves on the Executive Advisory Board of the Mission Foods Texas-Mexico Center and Southern Methodist University, and on the boards of Journey Forward Mentoring, Catholic Charities, Dallas, and Cristo Rey Prep School, advocating for educational equity and commitment to empowerment. And whereas, in recognition of his leadership and contributions to the community, Mr. Duarte was honored as the Empresario del Año in 2016 by the Association of Empresarios Mexicanos. He is also a recipient of the prestigious Otley Award, the highest distinction granted by the Mexican government to nationals living abroad who dedicate their lives to the well-being of Mexican communities abroad. And whereas Mr. Duarte has also partnered with George W. Bush Presidential Center, participating in immigration-focused economic forums that highlight the vital role of immigrants that they play in American society. His story has been featured nationally as a testament of the enduring contributions of immigrants entrepreneurs. And whereas Mr. Duarte's life journey from undocumented immigrant to a prominent business owner, civic leader, represents the spirit of the Immigrant Heritage Month, a celebration of richness, diversity, and strength immigrants brings to Dallas County and to the United States. Now therefore be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioner Court does hereby recognize and congratulates Mr. Alfredo Duarte on their 40th anniversary of Taxco Produce Inc., and his lifelong dedication to business excellence, pride, and community services. We commend his contributions to Dallas County and honor his exemplary immigrant story, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mr. Duarte.
Listen, thank you so much for the recognition. Sometimes when I get this recognition in my family and the company and everything, I kind of have mixed feelings and feel a little guilty about the recognitions because it's millions of people like me. There's so many people that come to this country and and with nothing, and they have the opportunity to build businesses and everything. I'm just one of so many of them that come over here and make the immigrant communities in this country. And so for that, thank you so much. I mean, Taxco was an adventure my partner and I took 40 years ago. Sadly, I lost my partner 4 years ago to COVID. In the height of COVID, he passed away. Shui, being the vice president of the company, and my son, the other vice president, they're running the company now. Then I apologize. And they're the one now kind of think things. Me, I'm behind them, just kind of look at them and see where they take this thing. But the company has also provided opportunity for the whole family and us to be a part of the community and be a part of all these good things. Crystal Lake, the mentoring program in the 3 high schools in Oak Cliff and Catholic Charities and Catholic Foundation, all of these boards and SMU and everything. That provides, and actually not even the company or the work, is our community in Dallas. Those are the ones that have provided me with the means to do all these things. So everything that we try to do now is kind of give it back to the people that really have empowered us to become what we are. You know, it's hard to think that where I come from, no shoes and very hard life, and then I look back and I see myself nowadays, and I don't know. Only God knows how I got here and my family. And one of my biggest things was to raise a family that was great Americans, not rich, not anything, but just good citizens of this country. You know, the President Bush, and a few people asked me, when you became an American citizen. And you know what? I became an American citizen when my son was born. When Freddie was born, that day I knew that I belonged here, because he didn't have anywhere else to go but this country. Then my daughter, that's when I became an American citizen, not when I got the paper. But it's the story of so many people, you know, and being in the Catholic Charities, I see firsthand all the things we're going through with immigration, with healthcare, with homelessness, and all these things that we're involved in Catholic Charities too. Let's just hope for a better world. Let's just hope for a better city. I think we got a great city, and I think we can get things together and make it even better, you know. I was moving out of here to Urban. I get a phone call from, at the time was the mayor, Mike Rollins, and he goes, Alfredo, you're not going anywhere. You're going to South Dallas. So find somewhere to be in South Dallas. So we went to I-20 and 408, and that's where we set up shop, and that's where we had the company for the last 6 years. And just thank you very much. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody that does so many things in the community, the people that have been here first and us. I think we need to continue. The mentoring programs didn't work out if it wasn't for the young people that run it. They're all, this board and the director of those programs, they have made it what it is. I had the idea, but they knew how to make it happen. And it's not my credit to take, it's their credit. You know, the ideas are great, and it's impossible that you can make them work all the time. But if you put it out there, if somebody take it and make it work, what a wonderful thing to do. You know, and that's what we need to do. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
So good to see you.
Thank you for what you wrote to the museum.
You see the new Pew report?
And thank you for carrying it forward.
54%.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
54% of Hispanic males. 54% of Hispanic males voted for Trump. 37% of Hispanic women. Don't matter. I'm just telling you what the new report says.
All right, Dr. Daniel has our next resolution.
Just a couple. Would Ms. Shirley Gomez, is she here? There she is. There she is. Good morning, good morning. Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes Shirley Gomez, who faithfully and conscientiously served Dallas County and its residents for 31 years. And whereas Shirley Gomez was born in Dallas, Texas, she graduated from the Business and Management Center in downtown Dallas, Texas. She has one child, Samuel Gomez, a college student. And whereas Ms. Gomez joined Dallas County February the 23rd, 1994, throughout her 31 years of service, she has held several roles within the District Clerk's Office. And whereas Ms. Gomez began as a processing clerk in the Child Support Division, then she served as a second clerk and then a chief clerk in the Civil Court Division with the District Clerk's Office. Ms. Gomez was awarded Clerk of the Year from the Dallas Bar Association while exhibiting dedication to the civil courts within the District Clerk's Office. And whereas in her current role as a lead clerk in the Passport Office, Ms. Gomez has played a pivotal role in fostering leadership and collaborating with her peers, as well as working with the public. And whereas Ms. Gomez would like everyone to know that she never imagined being employed within the Dallas County Clerk's Office for 31 years, all she wanted was a job. Her career grew into something much more, and she is extremely grateful and proud of what she accomplished. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court extends its deepest appreciation to Ms. Shirley Gomez for 31 years of outstanding service and remarkable contributions to Dallas County. We congratulate her on her retirement and wish her continued success in her future endeavors. And I so move.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. I'm so appreciative today. I really can't imagine that I've been here 31 years. It doesn't feel like it.
That's amazing.
And you look fat.
But I am grateful and I am thankful. Thank you all.
You must have started when you were 4
Ms.
years old.
Petrie?
And Ms.
Ms.
Petrie,
Petrie,
is there something
yeah.
to
Want to
add?
say
Yeah.
something?
Because I want to know what she's drinking. She said don't feel like 31 years.
In
Yeah, I'll have what she
2007,
does.
when Gary and I came in, we visited all the pods, and when we got to the 6th floor, they said, "Did you meet the divas, Ms. Petrie?" And so Shirley was one of the members of the District Clerk Diva pod, and Shirley was a jewel. And as you can see, she is a diva, still is. Shirley worked extremely hard. When she went to the passport office in the East Dallas office, Shirley managed that office with very little oversight. She took care of everything and made it extremely easy for Alex, who was her direct manager. Shirley, we appreciate you. We appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Always smiling, always just whatever we needed, she took care of it. And I appreciate it. You made my job so much easier, not having to worry about what was going on. So I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you've done. She's been an excellent public service, and Dallas County is really really proud to have. Thank you, Shirley. I appreciate you.
Ms. Gomez, we're all saying that we want to drink what you're drinking. Congratulations.
Thank you for your work. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you for being here. Who else is part of the Diva Pub?
Lady standing in front of you, watch her very carefully.
Why, who is this?
Yeah, she's in a lot of trouble.
Really? What is she doing? And these are the good things.
Seeing you here reminds me I forgot to call. I'm sorry, Doctor. Tell him I'm sorry. Forgot.
Good to see you.
Sitting in these chairs, we have the privilege, responsibility to talk about a lot of different kinds of issues. And the following resolution is one of those issues. Is there somebody here from the Uterine Fibroid Awareness? Because I did not see the two people who I've met.
she's here.
There she is.
I'm from Parkland.
Yes.
You're from Parkland?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You are definitely a part of this then, right? It's okay. Whereas July 2025 marks Uterine Fibroid Awareness Month, a dedicated time to educate, advocate, and support those affected by fibroids, ensuring widespread knowledge about symptoms, treatment options, and ongoing research. And whereas the uterine fibroids are non-cancerous growths that occur up to 80% of women before menopause, Black women are proportionately affected with earlier onset, bigger fibroids, and more serious symptoms. And whereas uterine fibroids can cause heavy monthly flow, extended menstrual cycles, pelvic discomfort, frequent urination, constipation, back pain, and pain during intercourse, all of which have substantial impact on quality of life and can lead to complications such as anemia and reproductive issues. And whereas uterine fibroids contribute to infertility, pregnancy complications, and chronic pain, imposing an annual burden of $9.4 billion on our healthcare system. The direct cost includes surgeries, hospital stays, outpatient visits, and medication, while the indirect costs stem from lost wages due to missed workdays and short-term disability, further impacting affected individuals and their families. And whereas, despite their prevalence, many women remain undiagnosed due to lack of awareness, leading to unnecessary suffering and limited treatment options. Dallas County's commitment to women's health is vital in addressing the issue, with Parkland Health providing women's health centers and OBGYN specialty clinics, ensuring access to quality care and support for affected individuals. And whereas Dallas County has taken proactive steps to address this issue, including community forums, medical screenings, and legislative advocacy, ensuring that residents have access to education and healthcare resources. And whereas Dallas County has designated July as Uterine Fibroid Awareness Month, reinforcing the commitment to public education, research funding, and equitable healthcare access. And whereas we recognize that early detection, education, and access to care are essential in reducing the burden of uterine fibroids and improving health outcomes for women. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners hereby recognize July as Uterine Fibroid Awareness Month, and we stand in solidarity with those impacted by uterine fibroids, reaffirming our commitment to education, advocacy, and compassionate care, ensuring that no women suffer in silence. And this is done in open court on this day, the 17th day of June 2025.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I think that we have Jennifer Williams and Joyce Miller. Would you like to say a few words?
I'll start. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for this most important resolution. My name is Dr. Joyce Miller. I'm an OBGYN nurse practitioner, Parkland Health and Hospital System in Dallas, Texas. I'm also the director of all the women's health centers in the community. We have 11 women's health centers in the community, and we're bringing on a 12th one within the next 6 months, so I got to get really busy to get that clinic up and going. We also have a women's wellness mobile unit that we've contracted with Dallas County Community College District to have the mobile unit on site for student services there to provide them OBGYN exams as well as contraception. This resolution is so important to me, and it speaks to the work that we do in the community. Each day we see women come in suffering with fibroids, and it's very humbling that this is recognized by the Commissioner's Court today. I want to tell a brief story. I know it's been long, but this actually happened to me today while I was here. I got here very early because I didn't want to be late. And so I went to the cafeteria. While I was in the cafeteria, I was having a cup of coffee. And me being a nurse practitioner and healthcare professional, I can't help it. I assess people all the time. That's just what I do. And so in my peripheral, I saw a lady drinking her coffee, but she kept rubbing her side. And so after I finished, I went over and spoke to her, and I just said, "Good morning, are you having a good day?" And she said, "Actually, I'm in a little pain." And she was getting ready to go over for the Employment Commission because she's lost her job. So she had an appointment with them at 9:30 this morning. And so I started telling her what I did in the community. And she's like, "Oh my God." She said, "This is a blessing." She said, "I've been having this lower abdominal pain for the last 6 months, but I don't have any insurance." I started telling about the programs that we have at Parkland. We have a breast and cervical cancer screening program for women who are uninsured that can cover her exam. And so I took it a step further, and I actually told her what we did in the community, in our clinics. I called one of our clinics to get her an appointment. So she's going to be seen within the next 2 weeks to evaluate her symptoms, and hopefully she'll get some relief from her suffering there. So this resolution is very personal to me. I love the work that we do in the community at Parkland, and I'm a strong advocate for women's health, so I'm very grateful and humbled by this resolution, and I thank you all.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Williams, and I'm with the Dallas Fibroid Institute of Dallas. So we located in North Dallas. I just want to say thank you for your continued support and to be there for us and for the women.
And thank you very much for all you do. Please say hi to Dr. Pam. Dr. Sudan.
How you doing? Great stories. Thank you for doing
Keep up the great work.
I appreciate all you do. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry.
And that concludes our resolutions. Before we turn to our presentation, I want to recognize a couple of guests that we have in the audience. The first is the Honorable Carl Sherman, former Mayor of DeSoto, former state rep, and a good friend to all of us up here. It's great to see you with us today. We also have with us Susan Redford, who is our Executive Director of the Texas Association of Counties. She's here today to look at some of John Ames' operations, maybe get some info that she could use somewhere else. And she is a former county judge for Midland County. And I think that's right. Is that where it was? Odessa, right? Ector County, my bad. And I know that because I stayed in a hotel in Ector County that had her poster up handling a case where they were so busy fixing up the county that they banged on the construction of a new wing of the hotel until 10 o'clock and then started again at 6 in the morning. Luckily, we had a busy day, so we were gone by 6. But so it's great to have them there. Also see former County Judge Carl Griffith and former Sheriff Carl Griffith here. So a lot of good friends here. I'm going to now turn it over to Commissioner. Well, wait a second. Who's got the first presentation? Does it Phil?
Commissioner Price.
Commissioner Price for presentations.
Well, before I do that, on a point of personal privilege, I want to introduce Ronald Abram, second-year law student at Thurgood Marshall School of Law, first-year intern here. Also with him is Noah Neptune, a sophomore college student at Western Governors University, first-year intern as well. And did we bring Asher Carruthers? Sophomore high school student, Rockwall High School, second-year intern with all of these with the juvenile department.
All right.
We welcome you to this session of the Commissioners Court, and you're going to the department.
Before we start, I don't know if I did this last time or not because I'm an old man, I'm forgetful, but my intern is here as well, Sam Casada. Many of us know his dad, our NTTA board member.
Thanks,
And
Casada.
Sam is a graduate of Townview and also a graduate of University of North Carolina and now getting a master's at Columbia University. I've got him looking at things for Louis DeMayo and perhaps other groups in the county as far as ways that we could build affordable housing that is better and hopefully cheaper. So Sam, thank you for being here as
well. With that, and to our guests, unfortunately, this is a continuing saga. And what I find peculiar, as we heard where the refugees were talking this morning, in this country, more things change, the more they remain the same. And I've been doing a saga going into 3 years now, and there's no shortage of material every time I go out there. And this happens to be a response to what happened in this county. And as Richard Pryor would say, I'm not going to ever let you forget it. So the Monkey Mugs Chronicle, and this is about Chick-fil-A. You know, they proudly state that their corporate purpose is to glorify God by being a faithful steward of all that is entrusted to them. They have a positive influence on all who come into contact with Chick-fil-A. But a recent story that happened at Yahoo News didn't sound too, quote, Christ-like to me. A black employee at a Chick-fil-A, a franchise in Idaho, say he endured more than a half year of racist abuse from coworkers who, among other things, called him a nigger. They referred to him as an ape, a monkey, and threatened to cage him like an animal. Oh, of course he worked at Chick-fil-A. He's black, so he loves chicken, one of Thomas Wade's colleagues allegedly says as he stood by in shock. After Wade went to higher-ups, after one employee simulated a slave whipping, he was promptly fired. Not the guy who emulated it, but Wade. A corporate Chick-fil-A spokesperson said this matter involves a franchisee, not a Chick-fil-A Incorporated. At the same time, Chick-fil-A franchises in various parts of the U.S. have faced the same accusations of anti-black bigotry. Last year, a Maryland man went public after a Chick-fil-A drive-through order was labeled with the word monkey. Rather, his name, as he gave it to it, was Marquise. In Pennsylvania, a Chick-fil-A manager reportedly forced a black employee to stand outside in a violent thunderstorm while calling all of the other employees who were not black back inside the store. The lawsuit is still pending. But if it goes down like the monkey mug saga went down at Parkland, all the employees will be promoted and they'll receive free chicken for the rest of their lives. After all, it was just a teachable moment. The more things change, the more they remain the same. The judicial performance at Frank Crowley. We are urgently, all hands on deck. We need 4,400 cases from 2019 to 2023 to be disposed of by August 1st, and that's to reach our 90% disposition. We need all entities, all the law enforcement agencies, the court, the DA's office, the clerks to prioritize disposing of those cases in order to reach the goal. Keep in mind, there are millions of dollars that come into this county at stake. At 7 a.m. this morning, we were at 96% of our detention early warning population, 365 more inmates than we had this time last year. The total bookends continue to exceed releases. I brought up last week that the law enforcement agencies need to file their cases with the DA's office. We need defense attorneys to file writs for bond reviews on unfiled cases. We need all indicted jail cases to be set for court. And the issue as of last week, and I'll ask you, Ms. Richardson, or if Ms. There she is, Ms. Dean is here. Where are we? Last week, we had over 400 cases in jail. People who were in jail over, in excess of 80 days, which I think is reasonable to comply with the Martin Act and with the Miles Act. We have 400. Where are we today?
I will let Ms. Dean explain what the Public Defender's Office has been doing in order to address this issue, understanding that we only have control of that.
And I want the court to hear that, because I did hit Mr. Hicks up with regards to, keep in mind, the court, the Public Defender's Office reports to the court. The judges have to agree to utilize them. And we spend total taxpayer dollars. We conveniently talk about taxpayers' dollars. We fund this office to the tune of about $21 million. They handle probably 60 to 70%. I'll let her talk about it. And then we turn around, the last time, Mr. Hicks, I saw those numbers, we had paid last year, I think, upwards of about $10 million to court-appointed lawyers, which is 50% of what we pay this office, and they don't handle a third of the cases that this office handles. And so 400 cases that have not been filed, people spending 200, 300 days in jail without a case being filed. That's unacceptable. Ms. Dean?
So Commissioner Price, what we've done so far is go through the most recent lists, figure out which cases are ours, figure out which cases belong to the private defense bar, and we've had sort of an all-hands-on-deck effort to file writs, which is all we can do. That's the legal action that we can take. We can file, 90-day writs, we can file PR writs, we can file regular bond writs under Chapter 11 for these unfiled cases. We took the list that we itemized and passed it to the private bar through one of our representatives to DCDLA, and they had it on their agenda last week to also file writs. We've started working on the list that we received yesterday, doing the same thing all over again, trying to move these cases. Now, all we can do is file the writs and set them for hearings, and then what the judges determines whether they get out. But we're doing what we can. We've also contacted the DA's office to see if we can work with them on streamlining the process between disposition and release, because there's a few hiccups that are happening there, in part because that is still an entirely paper system. So they are literally, as I understand it, walking the paper over to the jail, and we're hoping that the paper gets to the right people to release anybody who's eligible. We're also working with them on prioritizing release. There are some inmates who have multiple holds, and even though they may be eligible for release in one case, they're not eligible in others, but they are not moving down the ladder as people who are eligible for immediate release move into the queue. So we need to figure out a way to prioritize and get the people that have no holds and who can literally walk out the door, get them out the door.
I need to know, what else do you need? This court, we talk about it, and you're going to hear from one of my colleagues, all these presentations. First of all, and as I said Saturday in a presentation publicly, it's on the judges as far as I am concerned. But what is it that the Public Defender's Office needs from this court?
All we're having challenges with is getting the information. I think we've nailed that down. Mr. Ballard has helped me get access to the Power BI information, which shows the unfiled cases. That was our obstacle for a minute. I mean, you helped us get the first list, and now we're starting to get our own lists and work through it. And also, we've been receiving another a misdemeanor list that's very helpful too.
Okay. Ms. Richardson, is there anything else?
Nothing else to add. But again, I think Ms. Dean has made it quite clear that all hands on deck with the PD's office, but we've got to have cooperation from the private bar as well. And we're still getting complaints about people being left in jail even though their cases have been resolved. So we need to figure out how that process is working. I think it is a paper process delivering information over to the sheriff's office. I do think there is the effort about all of the individuals in the system to work together, the clerk's office, the sheriff's office, our office. A lot of the judges are on board as well because they recognize the issue.
But criminal justice coordinates that. Criminal justice coordinates that every day. I see the emails going back, the threads going back and forth. I see that.
Have we had conversations, Ms. Richardson or Ms. Randolph or Ms. Dean, with the private bar, with the, I guess it'd be the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association?
That's what you just said.
Yes. We've used we have somebody on our staff who sits on the DCDLA board.
Oh, okay. So
Connie
y'all
Tennant,
are,
and
you do
she
it that
has
way.
made outreach to them and got it on their agenda.
Okay. If there's some, I don't know what it would be that I could do to help, but if there's anything I can do to help We can lob in a call to somebody or whatever.
Thank you.
Well, I don't want to just keep talking about it. I want to be able to measure it. And, the metric says, because as you said, we got people whose cases have been resolved, and they're still in custody. And they should have gone. But for criminal justice, the difference just this year alone, just criminal justice, we have basically saved the county $14 million in moving people out, that cases were resolved. Everybody keeps talking about this courier with taking paper from, one destination to the other. We need to nail that down, okay? We really do. We have currently 299 up 10 for state hospital bed, competency, restoration. And while it's down from 2024, we still got a lot of people waiting. But we got 400 people with unfiled cases. That's what I'm gonna keep harping on.
Commissioner, I do think that we need to try to engage law enforcement, and that has to do with those unfiled cases. We do have the Michael Martin Act, and there are certain requirements that they have to.
And the Richard Miles Act, I get that.
But as you stated, it's ridiculous that, we've even seen people who have been in jail for over 100 days and sometimes
200.
Yes.
200.
We got to do a better job. I know Ms. Dean met with the district attorney, and I know that they are aware of the concerns, but we really do need to.
Everybody's aware, but what's happening? I mean, so everybody's aware, and I did talk to Judge Crusoe. So everybody's aware. Now what? We're still at critical mass with our midnight count, and I think criminal justice can speak to this. I think yesterday we hit the largest female population we've had since I've been here. We're in trouble. Just because we can't, just because of the space, and we can't have, Judge Griffin, we can't have a female in sight nor sound of a male. So if we got 999 females, we got issues. And granted, the cases are getting more aggressive. I get that, but they're still there. We've got to move these cases.
And Commissioner, it's the defense attorney in me. Absolutely, we need to get control of this jail population. But keep in mind, everybody that's in the Dallas County Jail isn't necessarily guilty.
I get that.
So you have people that remain in jail for a long period of time, and their case may not get indicted, or it may get dismissed. So we have to be concerned about that, because then we release them. But, it's like, we're sorry we kept you in jail, but, that's another concern.
Ms. Richardson, I talked about an instrument from the state comptroller's office. Did you bird dog that? Did anybody follow? We got an instrument up there where somebody's been in jail for 150 days on a comptroller instrument. What the hell is that? They haven't filed a case in 150 days? Turn them loose. And then if they file it, then we go get them.
Yeah.
150 days at $88 a day.
And also, I would say about the Michael Martin Act and the Richard Miles Act, those are ongoing obligations. So to the extent that that is halting movement at the beginning, that doesn't quite reconcile with my understanding of those acts, that this is something that's going to continue throughout the duration of the case. Does it all have to be together?
Well, see, that's what they assert, that's the reason for the delay in filing their cases. At least that's the assertion. But this makes no sense. Like I said, that jail's costing us, just Dallas County, $18 million a month. Parkland is spending another $5 million a month. Had the highest female population that, like you said, we've had. We've got the most meds we've ever had. And we're here, we just come and we talk about it, and we go back to business as usual. And I look at the numbers, but for criminal justice trying to coordinate, I understand at the state, I understand parole and some other things that are going on. There's really no movement. I looked at that list. I looked at the list again this week.
And we're also seeing high bonds being placed on people with kind of minor offenses.
Exactly. And who's setting those high bonds? And that's what I'm saying. My colleague's going to talk about Miami, but hell, they're working. They understand. I mean, bonds are designed to be commensurate with the offenses. They're not designed to punish you. And I'm going to tell you, state jail is another deal. And I'm not going to get into it right now, but it's another deal.
But the last note on this is that our system is relatively complex. There are a number of departments that are involved in addition to attorneys, private law firms, and I mean, it's a complex situation.
It's
but
not
that
complex.
Does not mean
It's
that
not
does
complex.
Well,
It's
got
not
a lot
complex.
of moving parts to it.
It's not complex. All we need, and that's what I said Saturday to some district judges, I need them to come to work. I need them to take the cases. We got the public defender's office here doing it, and they're the ones that appoint the private bar. We don't. We don't have anything to say about that. This court or prior courts created the public defender's office, and they have a set number of cases. They move the majority of the cases. And the private bar, a lot of them just kick the cans down the road. I got a judge right now. I sent him a letter, told him this guy's got mental problem, had behavioral challenge, been in there for 6 months. His family keeps contacting me. The private lawyer keeps kicking the case down the road. That's unacceptable. And thank you, Ms. Dean. Thank you, Ms. Richards. So our population, I mean, we're still in peril. I get it, to 2019, so that we can get the funding pieces, but that's it. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you. Mr. Hamilton? Yeah, I was looking for you. Since I couldn't find Judge Crusoe, you're next. You're next. I did talk to Judge Crusoe. No, don't run.
I'm not gonna run.
Yeah. But I did talk to him after the last presentation. After we pulled those numbers, we talked to him. Do we have a group that you can put together to work on this? This is insanity.
Yeah, we have a huge backlog, somewhere approaching 16,000 cases or so in the grand jury intake area, and we have all the personnel that we have committed to that area working feverishly to get those cases down. And we are certainly working on additional staffing in the office, authorizing some overtime to get our legal assistants and paralegals and people who don't work that area to come over and do some work in that area. And we're also talking to the court about some additional staffing, because this is an ongoing problem. It's not just a temporary problem.
Is there anything that we can be doing to assist?
The Judge Crusoe is actually putting together a presentation now that will be coming to the court with regard to additional personnel that's needed on an ongoing basis to maintain the caseload level incoming in the grand jury intake area.
Because I would still contend that there are a number of entities that all have to be working together.
Absolutely.
And that is one of the stymieing factors, from what I see, is people not talking with each other, not working together. But I'm so glad to hear that there is a group that has been set up and has been working now for a number of months.
Absolutely. Again, to address specifically the backlog issue, we're trying to use all the resources that we have in-house that some of them have other jobs. And we're trying to incorporate those people into this process using comp time, overtime, whatever we can to get experienced people to do this. So you can't just put anybody on it. They have to have some familiarity with those types of cases and those sorts of reviews.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to
Mr.
seeing what
Hamilton,
you
I hear all of that. Did you see that list that I published?
I have not personally seen it. I know that it's in the office now. I did request it. I didn't get it at, when I needed it, but I know the judge has it.
Okay. And, okay, so you got 16,000 backlog, but you got 400 people that are in jail now. A lot of those backlog cases are cases that you're talking about trying either indict, dismiss, or what. I got 400 people in jail, taking up beds now, who've been in there in excess of those, like 80 days, 100 days, 200 days. They've been there. Cases haven't been filed. I'm talking about those individuals. And as I told Judge Crusoe, that's on y'all. All you got to do is say, hey, this is unreasonable.
Commissioner, they're in there for a number of reasons. The law gives law enforcement agencies a certain number of days to file cases. You can hold a person up to 90 days before the law enforcement agency has to file a case. So all those holes are not necessarily attendant to what's going on in our office. There are certainly a number of holes that are going to be there that are going to be related to the activities of various law enforcement agencies. But again, I have not reviewed.
Let's take 90. Let's take 90. Let's do the cutoff at 90. Do you know how many people we have over there over 90 days? That's what I'm talking about. So if they haven't filed them in 90 days, all we're asking for is a commitment to just say, hey, turn them loose. When you file the case, we'll go get them.
That's up to the judges over there. And
That's up to who?
The judges.
No, the cases haven't been filed yet.
Okay. But I'm saying if the people are in jail and
the cases haven't been filed.
Okay.
We're waiting for law enforcement.
Yes.
To file the case. They're there on a hold.
Yes.
You just said they got up to 90 days. Case hasn't been filed. I get it. If the judge has got somebody there and the state's not ready, defense not ready, turn them loose. The judge has that jurisdiction. I'm talking about cases that have not been filed.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use your 90 days. I'm gonna re-engineer that list, and then let's see how many people up there has 90 days.
Okay.
But past 80, it ain't gonna be that much. It's gonna be de minimis because past 80 we got 400.
Okay. Well, I apologize. I have not personally looked at the list, so I can't address the specifics of that list. I can certainly go back and take a look at that, but I do know that it's in the office and being analyzed as to the people that are there, the various reasons that they're held there, and for the ones that are attended to anything related to our office, we're certainly trying to address those.
Okay. Judge, you're trying to get up. I see you shaking your head. He's our consultant. Anyway. Okay. Where is we talked about jail population, where we are. Where are elections? Are you here? Where's elections?
Hyder.
You're up. Huh?
Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, I got
Good
it.
to see you.
That went long.
That's all right.
Yes, sir.
During the last commissioner's court, I questioned election, called you and Ms. Kirk regarding this whole poll worker pay. Are you here to tell me everybody's been paid?
Yes, sir.
They have been? They have been paid?
Yes, sir. They have.
Okay. The, where's my staff? Where's my staff? Okay. The back. Sorry. Should get it. Okay. Also, with regards to the equipment, is all equipment been picked up at the polling places?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Beg your pardon?
I believe so, yes.
But you don't know for sure?
I don't have the latest update. Yeah, no.
So at what point in time do you do all equipment and the returns, everything's accounted for? When do you make that?
Well, we just had to run a finish
last week, right?
Yeah, that was
Last
last.
Saturday, so we're
Yeah.
in the process of picking up, so. It wasn't a big one. I mean, if I'd known you wanted that number, I would have brought it, but I don't have it, so I can't tell you a yes or no, absolutely.
I brought up the written process that I'd asked you about. Just got a document, do a follow-up on that plan where we had given that contract. I asked you about a plan, and at least as of this morning, I still didn't have it.
Well, like I said, last Commissioners Court, so that plan will be put together as we are closer to the election. We have a final list of sites. There are questions I have to go over with each one of you as to what sites we want to use. Things that have changed over the last 2 years, right? Since we made that base list, locations that are not available, so until I have that final list, I can't put together a plan to distribute to those lists, so. Sorry if the expectation was not properly set, but that would be probably late August, you would see something like that.
Well, you know, I don't know what's going on out there with your communications, but let me just tell you, I pulled Court Order 49. There are 200 judges that were submitted to you, to your office, that are not on there.
That's not right, sir. I don't know why you pulled that order.
I'm telling you why I pulled it.
Okay, let me tell you, you're wrong.
Well,
We
I got it from the
posted-
party chair.
No, we posted the list that party gave us. On Friday at 2:00 in our weekly party meeting, they told us they wanted to give us a new list, and I told them, the meeting, the agenda for this meeting has to be posted at some point. I don't think those changes are gonna make it to court because we've already attached everything. The agenda for this meeting was posted Friday at 2:30. That email from the party came in around 2 p.m. There was no way those changes were gonna make it. So I understand what you're
An
telling me.
addendum.
No, you can't do it in the.
It was already closed and posted.
That's what all these
Oh,
daggone
read it in.
Yes.
And there were not 200 changes, sir.
No,
How many changes were there?
according to them, it was two.
I got the message this morning. I started, again, none of this was brought to me before I stood here today. So I'm hearing first time this whole, this morning I got a message from your chief of staff. I started spot checking the list and I found like 3 people that were not on, but
Okay, so let me.
party chair just told me that they did make some changes, but again, they weren't submitted in time. I mean, I don't know what to tell you other
Yeah,
than I
no,
have a
you're
deadline to
you're
post things.
correct, but see what Commissioner Price is saying, which is also correct, is if we can isolate what those changes are, and if the court has no problem and your office has no problem with that, we could read into the record as we approve that order.
We do it all the time.
You know, changing out Clay Jenkins for Andy Summerman, changing out Daryl Martin for Ronica, whatever, right? Is there a way somebody could maybe work on that? And it's not really 200 changes, right?
According, I'm just talking to the party. Party said I thought they said 249. Hold on.
Well, no, that couldn't be right because.
Well, hey, look, I just read writing.
Well, okay, so a couple of things. Let me think this out.
I mean, I pulled it. Let's see. Hold on. It was It was 200. Remember.
So this is the Democratic Party has changes for their people. I got you.
That's it.
Well,
That's it.
so when he's done with the presentation, why don't y'all, if you wouldn't mind, call the Democratic Party and see. There could not be 249 changes.
No, you're right. He says it was 294. My point is, there it is. So, my point is, like I said,
I can forward you the list they gave us on June 4th, and I can forward you the list they gave us on Friday. You're going to see there are not 294 changes to it. That would mean 100% of the list changed, and it didn't. So I don't know what else to tell you.
Find out what it is. He said it is. I pulled the order until you do it.
And that's fine.
So we could probably get that worked out, though. If you could call him, 294 would be essentially almost everyone would be a new person. So that couldn't be right. I mean, I don't disagree that if Daphne says that's what he said that, but I think if y'all get on the phone, you can find out what's going on. It might be 7 or 8 people.
Oh, no, it's more than, I know it's more than that. But anyway.
See, because if we could get a list, if somebody get a list to us, then we could read, and if you're in agreement and they're in agreement on these people, then we could read that in there and have the order. And we could even do that after closed if we needed to.
I'll try to get on it.
Time.
Okay. But I have your word that everybody, yeah, she's got it. Everybody's been paid.
Yeah, kudos for getting everybody paid. And we understand if somebody gets you something at 2 o'clock that's voluminous, it's not gonna make a 2:30 posting. So there's Cardell right there.
Okay.
So y'all run in the back and see if y'all gonna work that out.
Okay. So, yeah, it's just full until I hear something different. Let's see what else I have for elections. I just want to report on the last election. I'm sure we all do, but I definitely want it. That's it. I've asked them to get with you and figure out what it is.
Okay.
No, I'm talking to Mr. Coleman now. But okay. Okay. Thank you. The federal grants, Mr. Martin, did you see the HIV piece coming down the road? I don't, well, where's Dr. Wong? Did he okay.
Dr. Wong in the back.
Missed it? Okay. I'll knock it out.
Okay, anyway, that looks like it's coming down the road. And so I need to see the plan with regards to scaling, how much that's going to impact us. Because I know it was the hundreds of millions of dollars and $119 million. So what's our response? All these subrecipients need to know something.
We will work with Dr. Wong to work out the plan. He's got some ideas of extending from other resources, but we're not going to be able to do that indefinitely, and we certainly won't be able to do that out of the general fund unless you guys approve, which we will provide you the options. But again, none of them look good, and we knew this was coming, and more may be coming.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's the reason, again, since I guess February, I've been saying, scale.
And he's worked out a pretty good plan, but again, some of it requires resources that we do not have at this time. I mean, as you know, we'll have a budget presentation shortly. We're getting ready to, end this year with a slight deficit. Kudos to Dr. Watkins, is nowhere near where it was last year, but we don't have the resources to fund unless we move money around or stop services in other places.
Yeah, and it's not only about him, it's about the subrecipients, because in that program, we've got subrecipients who are out there who are depending on it.
Right.
So we need...
And again, I think part of the plan is that we have to notify them immediately that funds will cease. We have very few options here.
Okay, I just can't believe okay.
Dr. Wong is out in the lobby, by the way, if you need him.
Okay. Let me just go ahead on and, because I do want to get the budget. And so, and with regards to the juvenile justice piece, I've got a legislator working on that. So that's pretty much. Well, let's move on to budget, Judge, because I want to hear because My staff now worked on this budget, and I know it's not J, it's J5. J5 is where I'm going to really comment, because that's on for today. But I don't think budget really understands what all we have to take into consideration. But I will speak to it then. Okay, so we can go to budget and evaluation, Mr. Martin.
Okay, so you have the clicker. We have 106 days until the next fiscal year, so we're counting down. So we're on court order number 5 is a more detailed version of the presentation based on some of your questions. There were a few updates.
You mean J, are you talking about J5, the transfer? Are you talking?
The year-to-date report is
5
just
is the authority to approve interdepartmental and surplus property transfer request.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the court orders under the budget. It's the year-to-date report.
Oh, okay.
So that's just the more detailed version of it. This is high level of it. The first starts with the revenue that we got an update in May 2025 from the county auditors. You'll see the changes based on the budget to the revised projection to the variance. And Mr. Hicks may want to speak to some of them, but for the high level, we had a decrease in 6.9 property tax based on budget to revised projection, and that's primarily due to tax down due to settlements and DCAD adjustments, Dallas Central Appraisal District adjustments, fines, fees, and other reimbursements. You saw an increase of $9.8 million, and that was due to Mr. Ames, or tax assessor, commission was up $1.1 million over the budgeted revenue. County clerk fees were up and collected $450,000 higher. JP fees were up $550K. 5% car sales went up approximately $1.2 million. And then we had a Parkland reimbursement that was voted into this for $1 million. That's a reimbursement for the contracts through Health and Human Services. We had a refund from previous elections of $2 million from ADP. Then we had some inmate fees and forensic fees that was up $1.2 million, and then a $1.2 million judiciary reimbursement, and that's where you got to the $9.8 million increase. So overall, you had a total revenue of a $2.4 million variance over the FY25 budget. So when you look at general fund year-to-date expenditures, we divided it into functions here just to give you an idea of how they're hitting each function of government, general government, public welfare, public safety, judicial, and health. Of course, you see public safety represents 77% utilization of their budget. And then next is public welfare, judicial, 68%. Then health, then public welfare, and then general government. So
let me just say, when you look at across the budget, does that basically comport with what you think is reasonable in terms of that apportionment? I mean, we know 70, is that 70%?
Yeah, so that's based on what's been spent year to date.
I get that. Yeah, but all I'm saying is, when we've heard what Mr. Hamilton and some of us have been talking about, that's represented in that 77%. I know the sheriff and all
Some is so Mr. Hamilton's would be in judicial, and that'd be judicial. Then
his is not. He's not in the. Back it up.
I'm sorry. So it'd be a mixture of public safety and judicial. So I will have to break it down for you, and I can't do that for y'all.
Okay.
So this is based on this year. So if we move forward for 26 and we want to look at it differently as far as how we apportion for each one of the categories, that'll be something we'll talk through through the FY26 budget. So salary and benefits, so we're 8 months into the budget year, and as of May 31st, we got the most recent up-to-date data through last pay period in May. We should be at 67 utilization of funds, so we see we're at 66%, which is good, and then 66% of salaries and benefits, and then 60% of operating and capital. We've done a very good job of unallocated reserves. We only use year-to-date 47,553. What we were doing historically, you know, we start, as soon as the year started, we start moving money, but through Commissioner's Court directions, Commissioner's Court administration, and working with the Auditor's Office and purchasing, if a department is needing funds, we want them to utilize the funds they have first prior to just adding funds to the budget.
But I'm concerned, you say salaries and benefits, 66%. Where's Mr. Wilson?
He's
Mr. Wilson's not available.
Okay, he's not available. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. The trending on benefits.
Yes, so I didn't have a good number for that, so I didn't want to put that here, but your guys are going to have a work session in August, and he's going to have up-to-date numbers, and it's going to be like we did last year. It's going to be a HR, workforce compensation, and benefits work session with all 5 of you guys.
The last year, you know, we basically, in the benefits category, we were around $85 million. We changed this dadgum contract. You know, I had concerns about it. And those concerns are coming to fruition. It looks like we're going to be up based on everything from pharmaceuticals, meds, etc. We're going to be up around $100 million. It looks like we're going that direction.
Yes, he mentioned a number, but he couldn't, based on the last conversation, he wanted to be more comfortable to give a more definitive number.
Yeah,
and so he should have that, he mentioned, for the workshop. In that workshop, we'll talk about what's needed to get through this fiscal year and then what's needed for next FY26.
Okay, but remember, the only reason I'm bringing it up, the only reason I said something to him is because I had concerns.
Yes.
And the employees that have been calling and pushing over to him, it's a different trend. You agree?
Yes, the preliminary was the number I had before, but he said that that's not a definitive number that he want to publish. Okay, so this is where I'm excited, and I think Mr. Martin's excited. I think everyone's excited. Last year at this time, we were, remember, almost 40 million at this point.
Right.
And so we did the work. We worked with the departments, and we've made some changes as far as policy updates. And so that's 1% of the total expenditures based on the ending balance projection. So this is through May 31st, 2025. And the difference, you might say, well, what's the big difference? The big difference is last year we were balancing it with the emergency reserves as part of the budget. But this year, based on recommendation from the Auditor's Office, Mr. Hicks, we did set aside a new fund that created an emergency reserve. So that's where the emergency reserves is sitting, 10.5%. So we're in, I would say, good shape. What do you say, Mr. Mark? Better shape. He likes that word, better shape. Okay.
Optimistic.
So the drivers are the drivers still. The overtime year-to-date actual, $21,884,289. The budget, which Commissioner's Court was pretty adamant about making sure we have that set aside. We did put aside in the departments and in reserves $22.1 million in overtime. That's nearing full budget utilization at this point. Extra help is a little high, is $4.6 million. The budget is $8.2 million. We're tracking that, and we'll monitor that through end of the third quarter and fourth quarter. Compensatory time. This was a big discussion last year. This is the first full year we'll have the data to track this number, because remember, historically, this was added to salary assistant account. So now this is a new account that's been set up that we track it separately, okay?
One of the things it's interesting in various departments, and I didn't get a chance to finish with Mr. Garcia, where it says extra help. Is that all of our extra help to date? Because just I think of elections alone this year had over $250,000.
Yes, so that's through May 31st, so we may see more through the end of June, because nothing's hit for June. So this was up till we pulled it in May 31st, 2025. So his election would not be included in that. Okay.
Can you tell me about the drivers on the overtime? I assume it has to do with what Commissioner Price has already been talking about, which is the capacity that we have at the jail, but is there more to it than that?
Yeah, let's go to the, so this is the breakout of the driver. The elections was higher because we had the general elections this year plus special election, and that was almost 3 million. Overall, we're like the sheriff is down. You can't see it from here.
Say that one more time.
Well,
say that.
but it's when you compare it.
Say that.
So
one more
sheriff is down. When you do a comparison year over year, sheriff is down. Elections is up because of the elections, of course. Then juvenile is slightly down in comparison. Building security is down. Other departments that's rolled into that is down.
I understand year over year.
Mm-hmm.
Last year was terrible in terms of us going over budget, and I agree with Mr. Martin on the characterization. Overall of the budget, it's better, but negative numbers are never good, is the way that I always consider that. I want to understand the driver. The driver of the overtime compared to the budget, not year over year, compared to the budget. What is the driver? Is it just what Commissioner Price has been talking about? There's a lot of
Yes,
folks
the
over there, or is there something else?
So the overtime is the major driver, but there are other things. Or you mean other operational?
No. But in terms of overtime, I'm focusing down onto overtime.
Oh, so overtime. So are you wanting to?
I want to know if there's something driving it to make it go over budget, not year over year. Budget, other than high volume in the jail.
Well, when you look at the salary line item, the salary line item is still under budget. Overtime line item is over budget. So so back to the sheriff, there are vacancies. You're going to see more overtime there than filled positions.
Because we don't have enough positions, we have to fill the positions with overtime.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand that. I'm curious why we didn't budget more for elections, knowing that we had an election, big election coming up.
It was an estimate based on previous year.
Yeah.
And so it went over that amount. I don't know that, was it bigger than the previous general election? As far
in terms of basic number, but overall turnout, no.
But just the cost.
the cost of it.
We were at 50. Traditionally, we stayed around 65%. We were at 58%.
But
the cost.
triggers that could have done that are we're paying people a little bit more.
Yes.
And more places are open.
Yeah.
So
Right. We have all the equipment expenses as well, you know, and overtime.
So when you're doing this next big one, the midterms, don't just use that as a baseline. If they're going to pay more, factor that in. And if there's a push to have more polling places, I don't know if there is, but
No.
if there is,
No, there's not.
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Garcia has been reducing.
No, definitely not more polling places.
So it's really just looking at the cost and also the cost of these venues because they jacked
right.
it a whole lot.
You hit it right on.
And it's hard for you to know exactly what some venue's going to charge a year after you put them.
And which ones are going to be open or not.
Yeah, right.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
All
Commissioner Summerman, was that answer?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, appreciate it.
So, and keep in mind too, we're still doing the sheriff's staffing analysis that started with Dr. Leibovitz, kicked off already, and she's still working with him. So we're hoping to have some updated information by the time we come back in August. Other
Is
additional.
Dr. Leibovitz the one that was here last?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Is
Same,
she-
doing the constables as well,
Yes.
right?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
she's done the constable.
All right.
This is the sheriff. She's
Yeah,
working
no, I was
with
just
Les.
making sure I had the right person.
Yeah, it's the same person.
Some of the other things we noticed too when we were looking at the budget, that the court cost is tracking higher, 72%, and this is due to an increase in criminal case activities.
Yeah.
Well,
and
more than
that-
previous year, Commissioner,
Yeah, okay.
year
'Cause
over
I-
year.
Yeah.
Sick leave payoff, we noticed that there was an increase in long-term employees retiring, so there was an increase in sick leave payoff. And then the compensatory payout, you see that's a new expense that's pulled out separately, that we can track that better moving forward. This is the first full year we'll have the data. So this is high-level major technology, and we've kind of talked through this a few times. They're tracking, as far as their budget, fund utilization under the 8-month, 67%, salary and benefits 63%, and operation is due to the maintenance and the other operational updates that they've been having. They've only used 24% of their unallocated reserves year to date.
Is that as it is usually?
Yes, ma'am. So they do the yes, ma'am. We'll see some updates based on the additional positions, but that'll be part of 2026 budget.
Next budget, yeah.
And then major capital fund, salary and benefits, tracking at 59%, operations 77%, and then utilization of the unallocated reserves. Those are things that have come up or adjustments throughout the year, was 64%.
Well, you know, and I know that we've all gone through the kind of the budget cycle. I want to say this, and Commissioner Summerman and I had a discussion yesterday, Mr. Martin. I'm gonna tell you, my problem is that in the R&B, material prices have increased anywhere from 30 to 80%. To rebuild 1 mile of road cost me $436,000. 1 mile, $436,000. And we broke that down. And I guess, I don't know what we're using. Last year, my hot mix was 51 cents a ton. This year, 76%. CTB, $15 a ton last year. This year, $32. Cement slurry, $192 a ton last year. This year, $287 a ton. And so, and then plants, depending on transport, we add $19 a ton to each load based on the distance of the closest location to purchase some material. Because, you know, Dallas is in a building mode. And doctor, I saw the $25,000 a mile, but currently I have 106 miles of unincorporated road. And this rate, APAC charges $220,000 per mile for materials only. And I hadn't got a chance to get this. My staff worked it up. The cost to fully reclamate a road for Apex is $436,000 per mile. So in other words, I've been receiving $25,000 per year for 17 years.
Is that what you've been budgeting per mile for road?
Yes, sir.
That's the average.
And I think we have to go back to what I think Commissioner Summerlin said and the judge. We're going to have to budget for actual costs going into next year. Tariffs have hit everything. I saw something about food yesterday. I saw something. I mean, we know building products, so our construction, everything is gonna have to be budgeted for actual expenses, and it's gonna be a tough year next year. So,
Well,
and if we budget for that, I mean, you're either gonna have to cut back a lot on how many roads you do next year, or you're gonna go broke real quick, Commissioner.
Well, hell, that's because I got a real district. But my point is that there's money out there that can be appropriate. I'm just telling you what the costs were.
Sure.
And we've been making it work. But you know, it goes, and I pulled that Mr. Reed, the transportation code, and based on that, I should be receiving those dollars with regards to what I'm actually doing.
Yes, sir. Dr. Watkins and I are going to sit down and work through the way we're allocating those funds and whether or not it's in line with the transportation code. We're going to do that as part of the budget executive team work sessions.
Okay, I just bring it up because I hear, you know, we say, well, elections ran short and this ran short. I'm just telling you what we're working again, and we're working every day. And the Constitution is real clear. You know, I'm responsible for all 106 miles of those daggum roads. You know, now I know Public Works is here, and they're going to talk about it probably at some point in time, and the rest of us need to talk about. You know, I haven't even dealt with equipment. I've purchased less equipment than anyone. I've even bought. You know, I've gone to the resale store. I've bought other people's equipment and kept it together. Okay, so this is a year I got to have some equipment, and it's going to be in the millions. I mean, you get one piece of equipment, you know, you spend. And I'm just saying to the court, you know, we can't keep making brick out of straw.
I'm gonna support his new
I
equipment.
am totally in favor as well
bring my
after
son out in a
hearing
few
it
years to
from
ride 'em.
3 sessions.
Yeah, okay, just putting it on the
You
record.
don't worry, Commissioner, you have the support.
Yeah.
And going back, you know, Dr. Watkins, in the financial summary that you presented, you know, really, you know, overall, the projections were good, okay? I mean, we still have some money, but the major drivers are sick leave, as you say, and this is because of people retiring, auto allowance and mileage. You know, reimbursement is tracking higher than budget expectations. Why was that? We haven't increased the amount of the number of people that use it. I couldn't find out why there was that up.
So we just have to reconcile the actual people receiving mileage, auto allowance, and making sure that is budgeted. I think when we reconciled it into the new system, we didn't have an accurate list, but
Why?
we do. We have
Oh
it now.
gosh, don't tell me.
We have it now, though. We have an updated list, especially with the new HR compensation module put in. It has all the updated information.
Okay, so we should. So
We'll
what you're
adjust for
telling
it.
me is that in the summary it was placed there because we don't have the right numbers, not because we don't know why, or
We had the right numbers based on the most recent data we had. Now, mileage is a different one. We see that there's more travel going on than previously, and then some of that, we see a lot more conference traveling, and some of that in the past would all go to conference account, but then some of it is being charged to the mileage line item. So it's just where the department is charging it. They get approved for it, but it's when they submit it or get a reimbursement, they're charging it to mileage line item versus
rather
conference
than
charge.
conference charge.
Yes,
which
ma'am.
is- So that's where the numbers are off.
So those two are, when we drill down, we notice that as well. So it's just being consistent with when they submit their reimbursement, making sure it's just all under the conference travel, because that's where the funds are moved to. So it's just reconciling those lines as well.
Okay. The third one was core costs. You know, that is tracking at 72% higher. You know, and core appointed attorneys invoice payments. because they're delayed by a month?
So the 72% is just showing that it's higher than what it was the previous year. And then I wanted to note that we may see an uptick of it because it is a delay, usually up to 30 days to get the payments done. I don't know if it's on the front end with the departments or just all of the process.
What is it, Mr. Auditor?
As far as the payment of the court-appointed, the court costs and the appointed attorneys.
It's just timing in terms of when the invoices are actually received versus when the services are provided.
A month behind?
Yes.
Remember, the judges have to sign off on those payments before they go to the auditor's
So
office. and
that's
sometimes
why
they-
this court cost is up.
You may see a delay in expenditure, so like in the timing of it. So it's back to the timing. So you may see an uptick come at the end of the year is what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm already high because it's delayed, and I'm gonna see it higher.
You may see a higher number, but 72% is higher than the 67% of the year regardless. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not good. And now, of course, vehicles that, the
And those are based on the increase of cost that we brief in
they're more
court.
expensive and they're gonna get more
Mhm.
expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, we should buy them more last year. Okay, sounds good. We have 291 million, but we're still at more, at the expected point, even when these are higher.
Yes, so even with that 291 million with the funds available, we're still in a better place because we're at a 1% of the budgeted expenditure as far as us.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And that includes encumbrance. We've done a really, you want to speak to that?
Yeah. So the big thing to think about as well is that number includes encumbered funds. So that's not actual dollars spent, that's just dollars committed. So as the auditor's office, budget and purchasing works through getting review of those committed funds to make sure that the departments are actually going to spend those dollars as opposed to just those being committed, then that number could come down as well because we're on a quarterly basis is going out to the departments to ensure that they're going to actually spend the funds that they have encumbered.
So we implemented that.
But that should be very,
So
very few.
Yeah, we did a really good job the last few years. So if you look at the report, it's only like $511,000 that was released. Previously, that number was north of like 2 million, 3 million.
Okay, that's what I said.
So we've been doing a really good job. And this is an activity that the partnership with budget office, auditor's office, and purchasing, and we work with the departments. And what was happening too in the past was they would encumber the funds for the entire year, which would cause a challenge as well. And then someone else may, toward the end of the year, encumber for the same dollar amount, which causes challenges as well. But we do a really good job of reviewing at the end of each quarter and working with the staff to see if funds should be released, if anything's remaining. So say, for instance, you bought something, then you have something remaining. Why is the fund still sitting there? They should be released.
Right. And that's the debt fund,
Yes.
which right now we're projected a minus half a million.
Yeah, well, that number may come down to like what Mr. Hicks was saying, once you start looking at it overall.
All right, sounds good.
So when is your next report?
In August, we'll be back here in August after you guys recess.
So we'll be talking between now and then,
Yes,
I
ma'am,
assume.
definitely. So next steps, of course, we have the calendar here. We start our process with the BET. I'm going to jump over to the last slide. We start June 23rd and 24th. We're going to be at the elections again this year. Full day on Monday and then half day on Tuesday is with the BET committee, and then each department is going to present Mr. Martin has challenged each department to come with workforce optimization with minimal increases or none, right? And so we'll be there June 23rd, and then Commissioners Court's gonna have work sessions. We're still working with you guys, staff with their calendar as far as the hours, the time, August 6th and August 7th. During that period, we'll have HR compensation insurance discussion, then we'll have a major capital development fund discussion, and then major technology fund. And then we are slated on the...
Which is up 20% to my last calculations from where they were, just with all the positions. 20%. I want everybody to remember that.
Yes. And then September 9th, special called session that we'll work with through Commissioners Court Administration with your schedule to do the tax rate and FY26 budget adoption. But of course, during the interim period, we will be meeting and discussing budget and baseline and budget with you.
And Mr. Martin, by the way, Dr. Martin, good job. But you know, I keep hearing, excellent job. But you know, I keep hearing that word everybody's kicking around on my workforce optimization. I'm having a real hard time when I look at some departments. Like I said, already before I even see their budget, they're up 20% over where they were last year, based on just their employees.
Exactly. And if we didn't do a workforce optimization, meaning no new positions, they'd come with 20% more this year. So we're cutting all that completely. And one of the things we're doing, thanks to Commissioner Sullivan, is we're looking at all departments. We're doing a department reviews and looking at, you know, staffing and other issues, whether it's necessary. And correct, Commissioner Sullivan, there's challenges to have that before budget season.
All departments are not being treated equally.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah. All departments are not being treated equally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we know that there are some challenges in some departments. I think we had continuous improvement where we were talking about the district court, you know, that the challenges that they're facing. But, you know, we've got to offset that with some other costs. So, and you're right. Departments are not all equal. So there may be cuts in some and they may be added to others, but it's where it's going to be needed. And we know district court is one of those areas.
Okay.
Well, I just want to commend Dr. Watkins and her team for the work. You know, the reality is she has the hardest part when you start meeting with every single department and, you know, looking at efficiencies and who is going to be, you know, being caught. I mean, just by the nature of the budget. So, and I think that, you know, even with the challenges that we have had with technology in Dallas County, I think overall most of, I know, understatement. I want to be nice and polite. No challenge, no. Well, whatever. With that being said, Doctor, I mean, I think most of the information that I needed to see what you put in the Mayor Capital Development Fund was there. So with that,
Thank you.
I appreciate it and look forward to the next briefing. Judge?
Thank you very much for all the efforts.
Let's go, because the more I deal with this, okay.
And we're going to support Commissioner Price equipment since he
As long as
waited
he
too
gets a
long
ride
to
on
buy
a
it.
couple of years.
Yeah, right, okay.
We keep telling him you're waiting too long. but
I'll
anyway.
wait till the court order. Yeah, okay. Okay, awards, we're ready.
All right, I think you're up,
All right.
Commissioner Summerlin.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry, that's right,
Presentation.
Commissioner
Can't wait
Summerlin,
to hear
You okay with
how
that?
those
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
$22,000
Yeah.
work.
Good. I just wanted to brief the court on recent work that has been done. Commissioner Daniel and I attended the Miami Model Conference associated with decriminalizing mental health issues. We were not alone. Many judges attended with us, including Judge Collins, Judge White, Judge Stephanie Huff, Judge Rocky Jones, Judge Leela Mays, Judge Edwards, Judge Jackson, Judge Plumley. These were some of the judges that were there. Lynn Richardson was there, Miguel Canales was there. In So was Shirley and Randolph. In previous moments, I believe that Daryl Martin was there, Laura Edmonds, LaShonda Jefferson, Chief Robinson. Let me just say a quick moment about Chief Robinson. Before I went to Miami, I had a visit with Chief Robinson. As you know, he is a skeptic. God bless him for being a skeptic. And he was in favor of the model. And this really got my attention when Chief Robinson says, look, you should really look hard at this. I agree. We had Michaela Himes go, Lee Pearson, and Kim Nesbitt. If I left somebody out, it wasn't intentional, it was by error. So that try to say again. Yeah, Christy Dean, did I not say your name? I apologize. And in fact, I invite all these people, especially Ms. Randolph, Ms. Dean, Ms. Richardson, and Daryl Martin, and Chief Robinson to speak up here as I do these presentations. Feel free, interrupt as much as you like. I think it's important that we have the conversation. If we can go to the next slide. The Miami model talks about, what does the crisis look like? Their analysis of it was that there was 1.8 million people in the United States who are suffering from serious mental illnesses that are booked into jails annually. There we go. Okay, good. Yeah, he's got it. They are incarcerated 8 times longer and cost 7 times more than other inmates. If we look at comparisons, the next slide, please, you can see that jail inmates have had or having mental health issues look like this across the United States. It's 64%. The numbers by Miami-Dade is 57%. I think our own analysis is about 50%, but I think that's actually low in terms of analysis. They are not conducive to recovery and few treatment options, and they get trauma as they are put into the jail system. If we can go to the next slide. The idea is to divert or deflect before you ever get into the system. And you can see that there are several interception points that the Miami model has in mind. The first and the most important is at intercept 0. This is before they get into the jail. The Miami model indicates that the best way to accomplish this task is to incentivize police to drop them off at a center to deal with mental illness. The incentive to doing so is drop time. If you go into our jail, I was talking to several of the folks who had attended with us from some of the cities that had been invited, and they indicate our jail sometimes takes 4 to 6 hours to process an individual through the jail. If you can incentivize them by saying, I'll get you in and out in 20 minutes, that's a huge incentive. And it's something that the police want and needs in order to do it. It has to be a no-refuse center. That is to say, you can't say no to this patient. That will disincentivize police and would probably trip up the entire process.
Commissioner Zimmerman, sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm glad you did.
So what you're saying is that the first thing that will have to change is the no refusal, right? After an arrest.
That's correct. And many other things too.
Okay. But here in Texas, currently, that is not an option.
That is not an option as it currently is. You are correct.
And this sequential model that you're presenting is the one they use over there.
That is correct.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner.
No worries. Go ahead. Interrupt as much as you like.
No.
The secret sauce apparently to this plan is peers at this location. Peers are essential, meaning to say somebody who has been through the hell that these individuals have already been through, have been through the system, and are now helping others. Because if one of us, any one of us, try to help, there is a lack of connection that exists between these individuals and the people working at the center. We heard story after story about how successful it is when you have peers involved.
But we've been having peers involved around here forever.
Okay.
We have one of the premier peer support groups in the country.
Good. That's the resource we need for this center. But you don't have is the combination of a no-refuse, short-term drop center to de-escalate people, which is what we need. Their centers are twofold. They have a 23-hour center, which is their busiest, meaning to say that the treatments that they initiate are 23 hours only. And they can de-escalate individuals, especially the severe mentally ill, off the street. By so doing, they can decrease jail population significantly and decrease recidivism. Then you don't stop there. There are other inception points throughout this process. For example, in Dallas County, we have an excellent shape in INCEP 4. And the reason why INCEP 3. INCEP 3 is we have excellent. We have diversion courts, we have specialty courts. We have that infrastructure in place already. It is backing up the model that is so important. And what the Miami model so specifically requires is earlier intervention creates greater outcomes, period. Decrease in recidivism, decrease in jail population, better help for the individuals, easier for law enforcement, easier for the county. If we can go to the next slide. The outcomes in Miami are quite astounding. The recidivism rates have dropped somewhere between 75 and 20%. Why the big range? COVID is the answer. They had some issues when COVID was about. More than 75% reduction in jail bookings. Can you imagine that, Chief Robbins? You know, a 75% decrease and reduction in jail bookings. Can you imagine that, Commissioner Price? Over 30.
We've had it.
Yeah.
We've been there, y'all. This is not fairy tale. We've been there before.
The recidivism rate turns out to be 6 for those who can successfully complete the supervision. That means to say only 6% of them recidivize if you successfully complete the program. Go to the next slide if we could. It ain't easy. Lots of pieces need to be put into the puzzle. This is the Miami model as they have adopted it, and you can see the flow chart is quite complex, and I don't expect to go through it in any way, shape, or form with you right now. But suffice it to say that it is complex, but it works in Miami. It has not been just in Miami either. There have been other jurisdictions across the country who have their own twists and turns to it, not exactly just taking an imprimatur of what Miami did and putting it into their own jurisdictions, nor do I suggest that for ourselves. It needs our own Dallas twist to it, I think, as well. But be that as it may, others have done it. All claim success as a result of the process. We need to talk about what we need to do next to move this thing forward. Next slide, if we could. We need to create a committee to drive the change, in my opinion. I would expect Mr. Martin to create that committee and to drive it. We need to improve our own deflection centers, and we need to do so using the Miami model. We have a good deflection center. Let me be clear. I'm not critical of the deflection center in any way. In fact, quite the opposite. But the Miami model can provide for us, I think, better understanding of what is needed under those circumstances. And the training of police officers is essential. We need to make sure that police officers understand that they can have a drop-off, that it can be quick, and that they can get in and out by dropping off the individuals who are mentally ill. And yes, Commissioner Price, we do need to get legislative help, and I know you throw your hands at that. But I want you to consider this. This is Florida that did this. Florida. Okay, now I relate to those two states, Texas and Florida, in terms of the makeup of the legislature and the governor's mansion, and yet they did it, and they did it successfully. I think that it can be sold to our brethren across the aisle to say, look what your state in Florida has done with a Republican legislature and a Republican governor, and as a result, I encourage you to do this. Now, Randolph, anything that you would like to add? Ms. Richardson, Ms. Dean, Chief, anybody who was involved in that. I would appreciate you stepping in here as much as you like.
I have a few questions before Ms. Randall comes, are you going to speak, Mr. Randall, or you just were moving? Okay. I have a few questions. You know, I think that, you know, the next steps are the key, because I agree with you. I mean, we have been speaking about this, and Commissioner Price, I mean, we love the fact that he always keeps us updated in jail sanitation, jail pop. But the reality, I mean, I'm tired of hearing the same thing and doing the same thing.
Right.
So, the committee to drive a change, I mean, do they have a special model? Is it something that you look at?
In terms of the model they use, sure, they have a different model. In terms of the committee, this is new. I mean,
Okay,
they
sounds good.
probably had it 20 years ago, and probably
So
doing
it's
the same
something
things.
we have to look into.
Something
Okay.
we have to look into and something we need to do.
Improve our deflection center, and I know, Commissioner, that, you know, I think this is the best thing we have had in a few years when
Agreed.
we opened the deflection center too. Did they go with you? Were some people present
The
from
next
these
group
services?
is going, will include Doug Denton, will include NIPA, will include Housing Forward folks. There was somebody else you mentioned, I forget who it was.
We had a
Okay.
whole list that Lynn
But-
took a
and
list
of
of.
course,
to
Dr.
invite.
Watkins and I
Dr.
will go with
Watkins,
them.
and you wanted to go, so yeah, we're gonna send the next group, will be that group.
Okay, and you did have some police officers.
Absolutely, and I do want to thank Ms. Tolbert. She did send a whole contingency from DPD who was there as well, so.
Were they been having the presentation in front of the Dallas City Council and the Dallas Police Subcommittee?
That I
the
don't
Public
know,
Safety
but
Committee?
that is something I will follow up with Ms. Tolbert. That's an
Because
excellent
it'll
idea.
be great that as we go through this, Commissioner Simon, and thank you for this presentation, we start getting all our members and our docs together. So when we put any of these next steps together, everybody's in tune. Nobody comes out and say, well, I mean, we didn't know about this, we have a budget for this, you know, DPD will not be on board. So, I mean, I think Chief Como and the City of Dallas needs to be on this. And as far as the legislative help, well, I mean, we just lose that vote, but we definitely can do something as a pilot that can be the legislative model that our legislators can present
Right.
in the next legislative session.
And with that, the model is the competency restoration. Let us do it locally.
Correct.
That's what Florida did, and that's what worked for them. We're never going to build enough beds to handle all the people who
Correct.
need it.
That's
It's never going to happen.
That
You-
train left the station even
Right.
with the new hospital.
Well,
So
even with the new hospital, those beds will fill up in
And they're not forensic beds. But the deflection center, and we've talked about that with the opioid money, and we've asked Mr. Den to give us first of all, a plan. Number two, police officers have been trained.
Sure.
Yeah, they've been trained. Sheriff's Department, they've been training. Even the DA's office has been going.
Keep it up.
Well, and there is a specialized CIT training that they do. All peace officers have to do 40 hours of CIT training.
Right,
That's across
but the
state of
DA's
Texas.
is it Lee? What's Lee's last name? Pearson, and Ms. Turnbull and all. They've gone. Dart, they've gone to shift changes. We've made sure they've done all of that. They've gone and talked about training, those officers and giving them the diversion piece. It's, the problem.
is how we put it together, right?
Well, no. The biggest problem is that you cannot see the piece I think is missing here is once those officers take them, they can look around at you and say, when the officer's gone, says, you know what? I don't want to be here. And they walk.
But that's where Commissioner Solomon's point of no refusal comes.
You
Oh,
don't-
no,
you don't-
sir, you're not
how do
done
you-
here until you finish it. Is that correct,
Yeah,
Commissioner
but how do you
Solomon?
tell me how?
And maybe Christy can help us, but I know Miami, they have some law where they can keep them for 23 hours.
They have some what?
Some law.
Yeah.
And,
Law.
and that's what the legislative
No,
change
That
that
is
talks
the
about.
legislative change, yes, you
Then
can
no
keep it for
refusal,
23,
yeah.
and not only.
2 more years.
I hear you, but listen, what are we going to do? Nothing?
No.
23 hours is important, and the peers are everything at that location who are properly trained to say, let me keep you. You know what I mean? If in that 23 hours, they can convince them, in my
Let me
opinion.
just say, as I like Miss Dean, Chief Robinson, Miss Randolph to come up as well, because they were all there. Dr. Daniel was there. A couple of things. there wasn't just one deflection center. They had deflection centers all over the city. And in order to make that work, that's what we're going to need. We may need one in Irving, the biggest city, so the folks from Richardson and Irving can drop folks there, off there as opposed to going all the way to South Dallas. We're definitely going to need one in South Dallas. We may need one somewhere centrally located in the city. But we need to make it convenient so that the police officers can do it quickly and have some place to drop people. The other thing is about the peer support. Peer support is in every one of those steps that the commissioner had pulled up. And you can go back to that second or third slide.
Yep.
The peer support is not just at the beginning at the deflection center. The judges actually have peer support staff that report to them, and they will say, peer support, work with this client. You know, so those are some of the differences in the model that we don't have, that we may need to try. I mean, those are some of the things that we need to look at.
But we don't need legislation, Mr.
No, for
Morgan.
those things, you're right, we don't.
We don't need legislation. The only thing that I'm hearing with regards to legislation is this so-called, no refusal.
Right.
Because right now, everything that y'all have talked about, we're doing. We got peer, they're dropping them off, but they will tell you, empathetically, that no sooner than they drop them and they're out of sight.
No, and you're correct about that, Commissioner. You are right.
They are
But
there.
how do we change that part?
Peer
And
support
that is the
piece.
peer support. That's what you're saying, Mr. Martin.
Exactly.
And we will have to have them all over in order for this to work.
Exactly.
Okay, sounds good. And then looking at the numbers, because Commissioner Sorman, you did say, looking at the numbers, once you do this, because here in Dallas County we have a revolving door, right? Those individuals, are separated, and according to what you say, stops the recidivism of most of them,
That is
minus the
correct.
6%.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
Generally in the 50 to 70% range is what they say. So that's huge to not have
That
the
is
revolving
huge.
door. And I haven't mentioned it yet, but it's one of the more important pieces. It decreases homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I would
Yeah,
also like
but
to add
a
to-
lot of them are homeless.
Exactly.
Right.
Into the criminal justice.
Right.
Okay.
Can I just add one thing? It's not just peers either. You've got social workers, you've got those that are getting their medication. So some of the reasons why we have people who are just leaving, they get something to eat and then they're back on the street, is we have not had a full complement of the engagement of all of those individuals working with the individual that we find. And I think if you talk to Judge Cruzo, he will tell you the same thing. We've got to have all those individuals working together, and they have to feel like there is a reason for us staying here. Housing is another piece that we're going to
the
have to
hardest
look
one.
at. But it's the peers are critical because these are people with lived experiences and they can relate to them. But you also have the social workers involved in it, the case managers. We have a plethora of individuals and groups, Dallas Metro Care, those folk that we need to engage with. They had representatives from Metro Care there as well.
Oh, great.
I would also like to say, too, that one of the questions I had was, why are you going to Miami? What's the point in that? The point of that is that 15 years ago, the Miami-Dade jail, bless you, had 5,000 inmates. Today, they have 1,100. Because what you've got to check and see, okay, is the proof is in the pudding. Dr. Leifman is in Miami, and he is nationally recognized as somebody who's been able to put that package together and figure out how do each one of the component pieces fit in to make a successful plan. Also looking at, and we visited, places around Miami-Dade, and it is most definitely, it's Miami-Dade. It's the county and the city. They are together working. But looking at, okay, where are the pieces, and what does Dallas County have? And from what I could tell, we've got the pieces. And what we have to do is look at the strategies that have been used to bring those entities together so that, in fact, we have a more successful method of addressing the inmates, of looking at that the sequential intercept model and being very aware that it starts ahead of the time. What are we doing on community education? What are we doing with our school districts?
Yep. And let me say this, Commissioner Price, to your point, but we're doing all this is, I think, where you're going with that. But there's a difference. In the Miami model, they have this decrease in their jail population and decrease in recidivism. So we ain't doing what they're doing. They're doing something different.
Yeah, because you got judges and folks who are working and understand real collaboration. They're not intimidated. We keep talking about, and I know you are a big proponent of red docket. Look at Plan A. 99% of us have forgotten Plan A. Only reason we remember Plan A is because we was in court. Nobody's talked about Plan A. And you keep talking about, and again, and I'm not knocking his red docket, Plan A doesn't consider that. Judges. And that's what, again, I'm going to keep going back. That's what I said Saturday. Judges, damn it, you took just work and collaborate with us. That's it. We can take some of that opioid money and build these centers you want. That's fine. We can put community workers, social workers out there. We got all of that. At the end of the day, that population over there is still about judges. And a lot of those state jails that I brought up earlier, talking to Mr. Hamilton, a lot of those state jails, they're drug offenses. Right. And it's a lot of them
and they talk about a lot of these individuals do have co-occurring issues. But here's another important point. If you have trained police officers in the front, there are times when assessments are done. So what we're doing now is sometimes you have those people who are so incompetent, they're going to have to go to a civil commitment over to the probate court. So you have very early on in the process dividing those that are eligible for going through one program, a diversion center, and then those that are so sick that you're going to automatically transfer them to Green Oaks or to wherever they're going. So that is also critical because you have different levels. You have the sickest of the sick that are going to require a lot of treatment, and they're not going to be eligible for this particular track. But you have another track for those who have other issues. You've got the opiate crisis along with that, and so they need to get immediately into and get medication. So it comes when you have law enforcement officers. To me, that was critical, and what was extremely impressive about Florida is that all the agencies work together collaboratively.
Yeah.
No Shakespeare.
I want to hear from this.
That's what I've been
Randolph and the
saying.
chief especially.
That's what I've been saying.
Let me let these guys say a few words and then.
I wanted to echo what Lynn said about the training for the police officers, and they do have a couple of laws that they can use to force commitment a little bit longer than I believe we have here. And that's the Marchman Act and the Baker Act. We may have something comparable, but that's where some research needs to be done on the task force. But it's that training that helps them identify the people that might benefit from something like a longer-term stay in the deflection center. I was impressed that the way they know their populations and the way they know, I guess dovetailing with their training, a lot of their people stay voluntarily. And so that's where you really get a victory.
You mean the people?
The people they pick up.
You mean I want to stay here.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
wow. Okay. Thank you.
And I do think that's part of the training. I think for me, like the Intercept 1 was what they do so brilliantly. And that we have the parts.
Ms. Randolph.
Yes, hi, Charlene Randolph, Dallas County Criminal Justice Department. I agree with everything that's been said today. I will say that it appeared that peers were part of most intercepts on this screen here, not just in the court, but when the police officers are making a call or when the CIT team was making a call, there were peers part of that multidisciplinary group that were responding to that, and they were able to communicate with the client. Even at the deflection center, or their version of the deflection center, you had peers there also encouraging the client. It wasn't just staff. but it was also peers that were part of even the intake process. I will say that their deflection center, it seemed as if their approach was, if the cops bring them here and the person is an appropriate fit, the deflection center did not turn them away. They accepted them. And if they needed to be deflected to a higher level of care, even a medical care, they did that from the center. And I think that might be an area of opportunity to explore our deflection center. Who are we, if they are willing to stay, or is anybody being turned away? I also think there was something that they kept saying throughout the training, is that you have to also not just focus on training for the police officers, but you also have to focus on the police officers' mental health. Many of them have had traumatic experiences, and they are bringing those things or those experiences to the calls that they're being called on. And they had workers, and the cops also initiated saying, I need help as well. And they had a process to help simultaneously as they were working with these communities. They had also training or resources for the police officers to also help with their mental health as well. And then the last thing I will say, none of this happens individually, any of these boxes. They talked a lot about this is a transformed system. And it's not just about holding people accountable that are involved in the criminal justice system, but it's also holding systems accountable. And I think a lot of what you were talking about, Commissioner Price and others today, we're talking about how do we as a system, not just a box, but as a system, how do we work together and transform? And it's not a fast process. They talked about, I think it took them over 10 years. And they hoped that it would not take others that long, but it took them over 10 years to come up with this agreements between these partnership agencies, and to also make sure that it's not just services, but it's also a transformed system. And their goal was to provide information to us so that it would not have to take us that long. But I just wanted to say that it was a very intensive process. The training was excellent. And if anybody else can go, I think you would really be surprised and well-informed if you attend.
Well, and let me say this about that.
Did you go, Judge?
I have not. I have not gone, but everyone who has gone from our sister county. So I probably know just about every county judge who's involved in NACO who happens to be a Democrat from a relatively large county, and I know the Republican county judges in the top, or the same thing but a different name, in the top, say, 25 population counties. Probably the majority of those counties have now sent someone to Miami, and it's never come back to any of the committees that I serve on that what they got from that was not a good thing. So I pushed for this for years for us to go, but most recently pushed for it again when some of this stuff was brought before the National Mental Health Committee that I serve on. So, you know, that ought to tell you if everybody that goes, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, medium-sized counties, great big counties, they're all getting something out of it. It's going to be a good thing for us too.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hate to say that the triggers on county, cities, states doing these things is a horrific shooting incident. And Florida went through that, and it was shortly thereafter that they made some of the changes to really address handguns in the community, for example. And who has guns, and how does that all fit in? And then working at the other end, but once you're in the system, now what happens? So it's sad to say that we need something to really wake us up in order to do this. Let us do that without a horrific incident.
Absolutely.
Ms. Jefferson.
Good afternoon, LaShonda Jefferson, Dallas County Criminal Justice Department. So I had the pleasure of attending this model in May with Mr. Martin, Chief Robinson, and others. And as Dallas County jail population is at 96% today, some of the takeaways I had was, what can we do right now? And one of the things that they do in Miami-Dade is they do not order competency evaluations on misdemeanor defendants or anyone that is not eligible to go to prison. And I think that's something we could start immediately. Let's stop ordering these competency evaluations on criminal trespass defendants, which makes their stay in jail longer. And that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chief Wild.
Yeah, that is a
And that's the same thing, but again, that's one of the problems, Mr. Hamilton, with that state jail stuff, that assessment again. Who says we're not going to move the case forward without an assessment? Who says that? Who makes that call? And so as a result, you got all of those state jail people backed up, and 99% of them are drug cases.
They stopped ordering assessments on a lot of people as well. It's one of the things they just stopped.
Mr. Martin, you're making my point. You
I
got
know.
all the tools here, but who's making that call here now? That's what's going on.
Well, Chief?
Anyway, Chief.
Chief Robbins, Sheriff's Department, Special Operations. Two things. First is in the sequential intercept model, intercept zero is important. In Intercept Zero, they have a task force that entails the Sheriff's Department, the city, and the peers. I think that's where the peers are most important, is have them to respond to calls. And to do that, you have to train the police officers to know who to call up front to get them there, to intercept those guys and take them where they need to go. If you don't have the training, the officers are going to take them, they're going to take them to jail, and they're going to get stuck in the system. And they do have, and they call that reflect, but they also have deflect. Once you get arrested, there's a deflection at that point as well with the judges, where they can send inmates to get services as well. We have all the pieces, we have a lot of the pieces. However, you have to coordinate those pieces together so that everybody's on the same page. And, I've talked to a few people, and they said, well, we're doing this, we're doing that, and I get that. However, everybody needs to be on the same page, doing the same thing, having the same objective, so that we don't have people doing something that's against what this model or what our model would be.
Chief, thank you.
What our
Appreciate you.
goals are.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, and look, y'all, I'm supportive. I just said we got all the pieces here. Hell, we just need to coordinate. But anyway, can I get a motion to suspend the agenda?
So moved.
I'll move it, and if you'll second.
I'll second it.
Okay. Judge.
Yeah, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're suspending the agenda. Okay. Judge, I just want to ask the court to consider RFP 6, the sheriff and the executive team, and the providers, and Mr. Frost have been here for a while. I want to move RFP 6.
Second.
Okay.
Right.
And ask Mr. Frost to present and then go from there, please.
Well, okay, yeah, we got a motion and a second.
Yeah, we agreed.
Oh, here we go, I'm sorry. Great, go ahead.
Good morning. The item before you is to present a recommendation to move forward with a 5-year contract or a holdover provision with our current contractor, which is Securus for 120 days, which is contractually required for a transition period. And then the item is a 5-year contract to award a contract to Smart Communications. The staff went through a competitive process. We had 4 responses. We followed our standard evaluation process, had a team evaluation with all the subject matter experts. Based on that recommendation, we had the highest ranked firm, which was Smart Communications. We did additional level of due diligence by going out to Tarrant County, who's recently awarded about 9 months ago to a year, the Smart Communications award to their size facilities. We wanted to look at the facility in action. So we met with the sheriff's team out there, and we did a demonstration. We looked at all of their systems, and based on that, we made a final recommendation to move forward for court consideration. 5 years ago, for the last 5 years, this court challenged us to get the lowest cost to inmates on phones and videos. We had the lowest cost for the last 5 years. This contract
In the nation.
In the nation, and we held that for the 5-year period. as you know, Judge Jenkins, in our discussions, the FCC, and we all know the FCC has capped the rates now on the video and audio. So with the capped rates in place, cap for audio is 6 cents, and for video is 11 cents for large facilities. I'm happy to say our recommended rate for a 15-minute call will be 17 cents, which is 0.0118, which is lower than our rate we had before with our provider, Securus, at 0.0119, so just slightly lower. But in a regulated market, we have the lowest rate. I think it's going to hold true for the remainder of for the next 5 years. And then the video previously was 13 cents, which was $1.95 for a 15-minute call. And our recommended rates here are 0.08 for $1.20 for a 15-minute call. So it's a very aggressively negotiated contract. The vendor is required to provide all the hardware, the staffing to support this, in addition to supporting the contract with 4 of their own contract staff. They're going to support 5 of our sheriff's staff as well through a cost reimbursement model. They're going to offer 15-minute video visitation each week free to the inmates if they happen to be indigent. They're going to have 30 free messages, text messages they can communicate with their friends and family that are free on a monthly basis. They're going to be a one-to-one tablet. What that means to us is every inmate coming in will have a tablet presented to them. So there's no cost associated with that. Today there's a $5 fee for to get onto the tablet. So it's going to be and of course there's a number of free educational content, 70,000 classical books and such. So I don't want to bore you to death, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very good contract. It followed all of our state and local practices and Dallas County purchasing policy. I will note that we had a protest submitted by the incumbent Securus. That protest came in last Thursday at 4:30 p.m. Per the policy, I had to respond within 10 days. I responded last night, and based on my review and my recommendation, there's no findings there that would hold this project up. The court has to agree to move forward based on that, but based on my recommendation, those are unfounded. There's nothing there that warranted this to stay.
The one thing that he hasn't added, and I want to thank your team, the sheriff's team. The one thing you didn't talk about was that whole destruction piece. The inmates, let me say this, custody is known for taking very good care of things that we put in their hand. Yeah, right. And so as a result, we've had trouble with destruction with regards to it. And I think President Vendor, either was a charge or there was a time delay in which
there's been some challenges with the tablets. The tablet deployment was new to Dallas County 5 years ago, into the country, quite frankly. So we were kind of on the cutting edge on tablet deployment. And you're right, and we've had some challenges maintaining enough tablets to be one-to-one for all of the inmates. So yeah, that's a challenge. The commitment from the vendor that's recommended today is to have a 10% contingency above and beyond the 7,111 that we have maximum. So they'll have those in our hands in a facility inside Dallas County, so we can ensure that everybody has an opportunity for a tablet.
And I wanted that to be a part of the record, and I think Sheriff is here and Chief Robinson, Chief, all of them are here, but you'll be surprised and I've had other people come and tour, but between, unfortunately, television and those pads, they help you population manage. Is that correct here? Am I in the...
Yeah, I want to thank the court. So I brought this issue up 2 contracts ago, a little over 10 years ago. And at that time, we had public speakers come to speak on this issue. And I think it's still the issue with the most public speakers that have ever come. It was grandmoms, it was moms, it was people formerly incarcerated talking about how they were getting ripped off with a bunch of excess fees.
Right.
And at that time,
but the story was it cost you more for a local call than it did for a long distance.
Yeah. And that was because, of course, in Texas, most of the calls are to Texas. Maybe if you're in New Hampshire, a lot of your calls are to other places. But at that time, we didn't have court support for making a change. But I think the court heard from those folks and thought about that. And so when we brought it up again, it passed at the lowest cost in the nation. When the court didn't pass it that first time, I got a call from Mignon Clyburn. Mignon is the daughter of Congressman Jim Clyburn. She at the time was on the FCC, and we became fast friends and began testifying against these abuses to the FCC and anywhere else that would take our testimony. Thank God for Zoom, because we would have had to fly a lot of places. But this court did something. Now the law has changed, so people can't be ripped off, by counties, charge 30 cents a minute to talk to their loved one in jail. But this court did something before then. Now the cap is, 6 cents? What do we end up with?
It is.
Should have been lower, but that's better than where it was. And I just want to commend the court, because the work of this court also led Harris County to say, you know what, we're not going to rip people off anymore. And that led other counties to say, yeah, we're not going to rip people off anymore. Recidivism will improve when mama and family can talk to the person in jail, right? You won't lose your job as quickly if your boss can, if you can talk to your boss about what's going on. So I want to commend the court. It's 5-0 was the vote. It was not 5-0, it was 4-1 the first time, but 5-0 the second time. And I suspect it'll be 5-0 this time. And this court has really been a trendsetter nationally on this issue.
And I want to give you credit for that, Judge, because the issue was, and so that the record will be complete, is that at that particular time, they were calling and people were accepting the calls. Some of them didn't know the calls were getting, and until such time that their phone communication service was interrupted because they had a bill.
Will still be charged even for
that they couldn't pay. And I give you credit. You did a drum major on that. And
can I say one other thing? I forgot somebody. Case Mignon is watching, and also Peter Wagner with the Prison Policy Institute. Peter and his team there in Dallas, but also with all of these other counties going through what had to be by now 100,000 pages of junk, finding the loopholes and the ways that people were mistreated, not just in Texas, but in other states as well.
Okay, call the question.
Well, do we have speakers or something?
No.
Do we have speakers?
No.
Right. And great job, our team.
Yeah.
Mr. Frosch.
Great
Mr.
job,
Frosch, the Sheriff Department, good job. Chief?
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And thank you. It's my understanding that the vendor showed up. I just have one thing to say. Do what you say you're going to do. Got it. Thank you. No, that's your reputation. Thank you. We appreciate it.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Do your job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff's Department. Thank you, Mr. Frost, your team. Okay, I just suspend the agenda for that, Judge. We can go back to the agenda.
All right, so then that takes us to the consent agenda. Is there a desire to move anything out?
So move.
Second.
So just straight up. All those in favor, signify by saying
Aye.
aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is the bids. Did anybody pull a bid? I didn't see anything.
Nope.
No.
Don't see one.
Is there a motion on the
So
bids?
move.
Second.
Okay.
No matter.
Second, okay.
Comments, comments, Judge? Okay.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Okay, some of the, hold on, wait a minute. The chillers, item number 6, Mr. Bazan, the current chillers are from 1993, and I understand this is a very expensive repair on this case. No, we have to do it. That's not we are looking at some of these repairs, right, in the priority list, Mr. Bazan?
You do, Dr. Garcia, and you have a number of facilities management items on bid. These are all part of your CapEx program for this fiscal year. Everything was planned, and yes, they're all consistent with prior briefings.
Yeah, but the one, and the one that I'm going to tailgate onto this, the one that yesterday, Sunday, I did a walkthrough at Lee Top. We got issues out there, and both in the gym and in another part of the building. So I don't know what the issue is with regards to that. Put it on your radar.
I got one of your messages at least, and I was going to coordinate with the fire marshal and follow up with you.
On that too. Yeah, that too. But I'm just saying with the air conditioning in that Lee Todd facility over on the north side, both in the gym and they had the portable things in it. So
okay, I'll coordinate with facilities management. We'll follow up with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Call the question.
Call the question. Okay. Yeah. Call the question.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. This takes us to our remaining RFPs. We've already passed 6.
I'll move RFPs.
Second.
So this is RFP 1 through 5?
Yes.
1 through 6.
No,
We
1
already
through 5
approved one.
already
You're right.
So we got a motion and a second on RFP 1 through 5. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have our court orders. Does anybody want it? I'm happy to do it, or I can read the
No. Well, we got a whole deal here.
You want me to go through it?
Let me add before you say anything, if I may, I would like to pull for separate vote, Court Order 5.
Court Order 5. Okay, so I move Court Order 1
Well, I don't think court order 5 is even an order. I think that's just.
Well, no, there is a way, that there is money being designated as to where it goes. I'd like to add an amendment to it.
Okay.
But that's what I was talking about earlier.
Well, okay, let's go ahead and pull it and discuss it because I really don't know what it is. Okay, so I move Court Order 1 to Court Orders, to Court Order, hold on just a second, to 45 and addendum 46 to 68. Okay, pulling Court Order 5, Court Order 45, Court Order 50, Court Order 51, and Court Order 58 for executive session.
And I pulled.
Number 5 is only the one that we're pulling.
No.
For executive session is 45, 50, 51.
I pulled 45 for executive session,
Yes.
but I also pulled 49, 51.
Okay, sorry, I missed the 40.
Yeah,
I said 45.
Oh, and
5 is executive session.
Okay,
49
but this is
and
just
50.
for discussion, right?
Well, no.
Because these were for executive session.
I get it.
This is just for discussion, like 5, or you want to pull it for separate vote?
I'm pulling it, and we'll see once we talk about it.
Okay, so you just want to discuss it?
Right now.
Okay, sounds good. So,
which one is that?
we will pull 5 because Commissioner Summerman wants to discuss it. And then for Commissioner Price will discuss, for executive session, 45, 50, 51, 58. Did I got it right now?
Yeah, you got it
Okay.
right, but I just let the record reflect 50 and 51 was pulled by Ms. Nicholas. I pulled 45.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, that's okay.
It's not in the page. Okay.
Is there any discussion on the non-pulled court orders?
I do. I have a comment on number 1, if I could. Just a quick comment.
As long as it's not a point.
Yeah.
Actually, it can be a point if you want it to be.
Oh, no, 1 second, guys. Who's second?
Second.
Commissioner Summerman. Thank you.
All right, on number 1, I have a comment. I'd just like to thank all county staff involved in briefing this item. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, has saved many lives and brightened many others since its initial creation in 1979 by Jimmy Carter. Since then, FEMA has operated as an integral pillar of disaster response, especially for regions like the South. According to a February 2025 analysis by the Associated Press, southern states, including Texas, has gotten an average of $222 per person in FEMA aid since 2011. course, it deeply saddens me that our current president has decided to defund this invaluable agency. North Texas is vulnerable to a mirage of natural disasters, just as this past week we have narrowly avoided a severely damaging conglomerate of storms that could have necessitated FEMA intervention. I am hopeful that FEMA will remain in operation to make good on our efforts to secure funding in the case of an emergency, but I am a realist. This is one of the many programs that directly impact quality of life on a number of citizens. So I implore our federal government, indeed President Trump himself, to preserve it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
I do have one comment. I'm glad to see the counseling center. Continue the education. We talked about it this morning. And then the other item was Court Order 37, and it's Commissioner Price, Road and Bridge surplus. And just for my colleagues, because this is obviously a surplus on everything that belongs to District 3. So any time that any of the road and bridges goes selling surplus, if it comes from the funding of the road and bridge that it comes from, it belongs to the road and bridge that it's auctioning. Now, if Commissioner Price and I are selling metal scrap or something else that we collect or we have from all over the county, then that surplus gets divided between all of the road and bridges. But in this case, everything that is in this item belongs and was bought by Road and Bridge 3 funds, therefore it goes to them.
Exactly.
And that's just for Commissioner,
Thank
Solomon,
you.
you weren't
Yeah,
here.
no, thank you.
And Commissioner Daniel, last time that I have that sold surplus, I divided among all of us because it belonged to Dallas County. It was metal scrap that was, collected from a bridge that belonged to Dallas County.
Thank you.
So, what else?
I just wanted to
45 was moved to executive session.
Yeah,
I
no,
just
no.
wanted to make the observation too, for everyone who is visiting here and sitting in the audience, but also for all of us, that if you go through these 68 different items, we touch on an incredible array of transportation items, of health, of mental health, election law, and then law enforcement, and you go on and on and on. That to me, it's making that mosaic to provide for the Dallas County residents a wide variety of assists for them. And so it always astounds me, the breadth of what we do from these seats. So I want to say just thank you for colleagues and thank you for all that each one of the people in this room gives.
I'm gonna at least comment on we rescinding court order on 13, rescinding that court order on boundaries, and this impacts at least 2 in District 3, Sigerville and a split in Saxe. I'm trying to figure out who made the decision on how that those precincts are split.
Population, wasn't it?
Beg your pardon?
Isn't it just population? They're over 5,000?
No.
But
Yeah,
this
well,
is a change, right?
Yes, it's a change.
Right,
Yeah, but
right.
I said who made the decision on how it's split. I understand the law real quick. Real good.
Mr. Hyde?
I'm just trying to figure out who made the decision on how it's split. Mr. Garcia?
We did, sir.
Okay. And did you consult my office in terms of?
Nope,
Okay. And why?
because we took the most natural way with existing lines.
Come again?
It didn't seem, we didn't think about it.
Yeah, you didn't think about it. Okay. So I might need to pull it because I may didn't, I look at my precincts.
Okay.
And, okay. So.
You're gonna pull it for 2 weeks?
I'm gonna
Okay.
pull it.
Sounds good. So,
Just for the record also, it's the same thing that you voted for a month ago.
I got it. And that's the reason I came back. There was elections in. So now I've gotten a chance to focus.
So, Mr. Garcia, my question will be, and Commissioner Price is going to pull it, but I mean, I would like to know why after a month this was decided and how does it affects every single district?
So what the law says is during the month of March, between March and April, we have the opportunity to look at all the precincts and say, these are either over 5,000 or getting close to 5,000. Let's call it preemptive maintenance, right? And
Okay.
let's split those that were, at that point, we said anything that was over 44,750. We should split into smaller precincts so that they don't grow over 5,000. As you saw in the court communication, part of the process is that we have to send notifications to certain individuals, some of them being elected precinct chairs. We don't have that information. We requested it from the parties. We didn't get all the contact information from the Republican Party, so some notices didn't go out. So that action was taken by the court. When council looked at it afterwards, they said, you know, there's always a chance someone may show up in the next 6 months and say, technically you didn't send these notices, therefore that act hasn't met the letter of the law. That's why we thought the safest bet was to come back and say, let's do this again. Now, because we're not in that March-April window, we cannot do the preemptive ones. That's why the list went from those 13, the 12 that you voted for at that time, to only the 4 that are actually over 5,000. That said, if you decide to pull the item today, we have to know exactly when you want to bring it up and again, send out all those notices to everyone and again, do the whole process if you decide not to take action today.
So you already sent them, Mr.
There is, and if there's anybody here who wants to speak to it, they can today before you take action. That's what the law says, and then we have to spend 3 weeks of putting notices on the paper if you were to vote and approve it. If you don't, if you decide to pull it today, then we will have to restart the whole process, decide when you want to come back with this, and send the notices out again and redo the whole thing.
Let's do it today then.
No, I'm wondering, he didn't consult the office and where the split was coming, and that's what I told him. I said, why didn't you contact the office?
Well, in these 4 precincts, nothing really changed about, you know, the demographics of the district.
Yeah, just pull it.
If they weren't growing above the limit established by law, we wouldn't be touching it.
Okay.
It's just population growth.
It's just population growth then.
It's population growth, but you also know if you're on any system, and we use a system called VAN, if you're on any system, we know probably what those lines should look like, at least in my precincts.
Isn't
I
it
don't know
natural
when-
barriers, and it's kind of the commonsensical way that we draw lines.
Originally,
The
when you
major highways, the river, are just
Not
natural,
necessarily.
not natural, but
Well,
There is some of
markers.
that. Originally, you don't want to draw a precinct or you want to use those natural barriers, right? So people don't have to go over a creek or over a freeway to go to a polling place. But that would have been done when this was originally drawn. Now you have one that was designed that way and has grown too much, and so you're splitting it in half.
Right. I've got 2.
So, Mr. Garcia, Commissioner Price has 2, I have 1. You know, in what you're asking us to move this because you already sent all the notices.
Yes, and because there was no question the first time you took a vote on this, and
Right, well,
so it seemed like it was all fine until just 5
Well,
minutes ago.
so under our protections for the minority viewpoint at the court, right? We used to have meetings every Tuesday, and we would have a briefing meeting, and then we would have we'd brief something one week and we'd vote on it the next week. When we changed to doing meetings every other week, we said that unless there was a timing emergency, like, you know, if we don't sign the contract, we're gonna lose money or whatever it is, then we would allow a court member to pull anything that they wanted to for any reason. So we're not saying if Commissioner Price decides he wants to pull this, although the rest of us may be ready to vote, but the point is, if he decides he wants to pull it, there's nothing that's gonna be unduly burdensome or bringing this back, right?
Nope.
So it's up to him if he wants to pull it then. You wanna pull it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you split it, because you haven't had a chance to look at it.
Okay. All right, so that's the answer to that one. While you're up here anyway, and I'm not sure, I think this was a pulled one. Well, never mind, because we're still doing the
No,
non-controversial.
this was not a pull item.
I know, but he now wants to pull it out.
Okay, so we need to redo the whole thing.
All I can do is pull it.
You just have a
No,
friendly,
because it's not
friendly
in-
amendment.
Okay, sounds
The
good.
amendment is a
Ready?
pull on, what's the number, 49 or something?
No,
No.
this is 13.
13.
13.
Okay, so court order 1 to 45, addendum 46 to 48, pulling 5 for a separate vote by Commissioner Summerman, and 13 for 2 weeks.
All right.
For executive session, 40, 50, 51, and 58. 45, 50, 51, and 58.
Right.
Okay. There you have it.
Okay.
Is there a second needed? If so, I do.
Yeah, and it,
Well,
I do.
Who was the seconder? I thought Price was the seconder.
Commissioner Summerman was the second.
You were the seconder, okay.
All right, good.
Okay.
Okay, so we're all set on that then. Are there any other comments on the non-pulled court order items before we vote? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, then 5's up, right?
5, Commissioner Summerman.
Move, no, gotta get it up.
Yeah.
I move 5.
I second.
Okay, here's my amendment. And I think you guys know where I'm coming from. It's an amendment to reallocate the funds currently held in Road and Bridge 5 and have them distributed in accordance with the requirements of Chapter 252.108 of the Transportation Code as referenced by Division 3, Section 70 through 82 of the Dallas County Code. I am proposing this as an amendment to Court Order Number 5.
The problem, okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, the problem is, and that's what I was asking earlier, and I see Public Works is here. This would take and almost do what I call, I don't even want to use the word equity, but you began to disproportionate. When we made 5, we took and created that because we had some common use. We all had road and bridge districts. Now, as I said, only a couple of us have road and bridge district, and as a result, I've got all of the unincorporated and have a bigger use. So I've got a real problem with the fact that we just take the money and say, hey, we're just gonna split it up.
Split it pursuant to this subchapter, which takes into account the fact that you have the roads.
I understand, but my position is that the subchapter does not deal with the fact that if you do the allocation, I don't think that money, Dr. Watkins, is going to be what is anticipated. And the subchapter does talk about it's not applicable to certain counties.
Let me ask you a question real fast to the DA and Dr. Watkins. Did y'all come to an agreement as to what the law even is on this?
We could go into executive. We
Okay.
put it on executive.
Let's take that into executive, take 5 into executive session.
Yeah, because
I don't
we
have a
actually
road
No,
bridge
I think that's appropriate.
district.
Actually.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate because there's the bottom part of the code that is not included in the code that you're mentioning.
That's going to
Okay,
close
I
session.
agree. Let's
I
go.
agree too. Okay, good.
Okay, what's next?
That's it.
No, okay, so no, court order.
Oh, everything
you
else going,
pulled-
yeah, everything else going to executive session.
No, court order 49. I pulled that.
49,
That was,
okay.
remember, that was the
49.
election judge. Did it come to any conclusion with regards to those election judges?
Oh, okay, let's do that. Hey, Hyder, please come on up. Did you and, I don't see Cardall here, but I guess, did y'all get everything resolved?
So, we thought you were gonna pull it, and we were just
Oh,
gonna work
I
on
am, but if y'all didn't get it resolved, I mean,
No,
one
the
up there.
thought
Well,
was,
we know there's one name they changed, and there seems to be some vacancies they added, left out. So we were just gonna work on it, call me later, because y'all
Okay.
decided to pull it.
Then it's pulled.
okay.
Got
Is that cool? Is there plenty of time? You have plenty of time. You don't have plenty of time.
We have until the election. Again, this is something the code says we have to do in July. There's no penalty for not doing it on time. We're just trying to be,
Well, that's why.
They roll with the law, but-
I probably wasn't clear, because what I asked
Yeah.
was that y'all go into the back and you just write down on a piece of paper these names that need to be added, and we would amend what was on the docket today to add those names.
I would rather not. Because
Okay.
then we're gonna get something wrong, and then we're gonna be back here
Okay,
trying to undo
okay.
something, and
Yeah.
I'd rather calmly
That's
go
fine.
back, check. We have to make sure every name is there, is a registered voter. I'd rather say, let's just follow his plan and pull it.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to redo the whole thing all over again. Okay.
No.
Yeah, because we
Those
put
who are working with it
49
will
for
redo
2
it.
weeks, Commissioner?
That's cool.
And it's
Yeah.
not on the record.
Yes,
So,
yeah, but that's what I said.
well, it was, we put it for discussion. Now it's pulled for 2 weeks. So,
All right.
Court Order 1 to 45, Addendum 46 to 68, pulling 13 and 49 for 2 weeks. And then 5, 45, 50, 51, and 58 for executive session.
Okay, but again, I
Or
pulled,
pulling 49 for the next court session. If there is a requirement that is done in July, I may try to round up the two of you, because I know Commissioner Price will
Did you
be
get
here
that?
and I'll be here. And then we could
Next,
just.
okay,
get
Judge, so you're pulling it for 1 week.
Well, I'm pulling it until our next court meeting, because if it has to be done,
Okay,
we'll
got
get
it.
it square and we'll do it with who's ever here.
Got it. So pulling 13 for 2 weeks and 49 for as soon as it has to be.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
Sounds
No, but
good.
that's what it is, so, okay.
all right. So is there anything to vote on with that? We're
No,
just-
Commissioner Summer, you accept the changes?
Yep, yes, I do.
And I think we already voted on the non-controversial court orders,
That's correct.
so we're good.
You're good.
but, I don't
Speakers.
know.
We're just-
No, Court Order 51,
No, those are all gonna. close
Executive
session.
session.
It's going to exec.
not 51.
That's what
51
we
has been
have.
pulled by Barbara
Yeah,
Nicholas
it
for
is.
executive.
Okay.
Okay, so this now takes us to our public speakers.
That is correct.
Will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers?
I just look crazy.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks and boisterous conduct are not appropriate during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief and observant of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and unregistered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And our first speaker today is Melvin Brown. Mr. Melvin Brown, not online, is he? Oh, right. Our next speaker is Shatrinia High School, and if I mispronounce your last name, I apologize. Is she here? Okay, great. Did I get that right, high school? And is she online?
Yes, I am. Hello, my name is Shatrina Haskell, so you did good.
Oh, good. Wait, we gotta wait till they get your face up. But she's not on these. Does that matter?
There she is.
There she is. Great. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, hello, thank you for this opportunity. My mother is 84 years old. I live in the Dallas, Texas 75241 Holland Hills neighborhood.
Okay.
But on May 29th, she was attacked in her front yard by a boarding house resident. The lady did go to jail. However, it was a lot of other disturbing things that took place. My question is, I'm saying this or on here because this is not just for my family, but for the safety of all elderly residents and children in the Highland Hills community. It is alarming that boarding homes can operate so freely, especially near vulnerable populations in schools. And I say that because my parents live in front of the old Kendi Carey Junior High School, now the Royce West Leadership Academy or something. I learned from the boarding home facilities office that current restrictions only prevent boarding homes from operating within 2,000 square feet from one another. That doesn't seem like enough to truly ensure public safety. Who can I speak to about strengthening these regulations? What steps can we take to better protect our elders and our children? Can this issue be addressed before it leads to a tragedy? I urge the appropriate agencies, elected officials, or community leaders to take this issue seriously. This neighborhood is still a good place to live, and many elder residents, including my parents, have dedicated their lives to maintaining it. They deserve to live out their days in peace and safety. Sadly, I believe many elders are left out of critical conversations simply because they no longer vote or pay taxes, and that is unjust. Please help bridge the gap. The elderly were once the foundation of this community. They are not disposable. I am asking as a daughter and a concerned citizen for guidance and action in this situation.
So we can't go back and forth or really talk to you while you're a public speaker, but I want to get you in touch with Shay Cathy in my office, who can put you in touch with the people who would actually have some ability on the zoning for the city. So how are we going to do that?
Code. All you got to do is tell her the code.
Yeah,
All you got to do is tell her to call code.
Yeah, here you go. Let me give you the phone number and the email, okay? Shay is SHAY.Cathy, CHTHEY at dallascounty.org. And then the phone number is 214-653-4444.
Okay.
And then we can talk to you offline and help you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry what happened to your mama. That's terrible.
That's okay. She's still here with us. It's just a concern that it could have went either way on both parties because my mom stayed with bricks around her yard. So when she fell, she could have hit her head. So it was just, and then come to find out the house was illegal. It was a legal boarding home. So it was just a concern. I've already been to the city council and they said something, but still up in the air. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, we got one more. We got Rosa Elizondo. Is Rosa Elizondo here today? Rosa's online? Not online. All right. So that concludes our public speakers, and we will now go to our closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any result of any action needed from the closed session will take place in a subsequent open session, potentially even today. Thanks. That's all she can do. I didn't know that she knew that.
Did you have a chance to read? It's only the two. Who's reading it? You reading it, Judge? You reading it, Barbara?
I can read it, but we first have to have a motion to reconsider. All right, so we are back in session. It is 2:53, and I'll take a motion to reconsider court order number 11.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Now before us is court order number 11. Ms. Nichols, you have some things you need to read into the record?
Yes. At section 4, where it states, in section 4 of the contract, where it states we will oversee all grant-funded personnel included, it should be amended as follows. One prosecute an attorney and one victim advocate located in DCDA office. In section 4, where it talks about roles and responsibility under the district attorney's office, add the following language after the fourth paragraph. DCDA will continue to partner with DARCC in this endeavor. And in section 11 under the Open Records Information Act, at the end of the section, add the following. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary herein, the parties agree that by signing this MOU, DARCC is not agreeing to become subject to the Open Records Chapter 552 of the Government Code.
Are you done?
That's it.
All right, great. And so that motion is before us. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Gotta
Somebody got to
motion,
move it, right?
move it. Yeah, you gotta
Second.
move it.
Oh, I'm sorry, we didn't do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, thought we did, my bad. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
With the amendments read into
With,
the record.
yeah, with the amendments read into the record. All right, that passes with the amendments read by Ms. Nicholas. Thank you. And no further action necessary, so we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.